Stupid Jake. Dumb American robot game. I think this game for kids. Stupid Jake. Stupid Jake. Thinks he's so good at boxing with toys. Why don't I want to be boxing in real life, huh? Stupid Jake. Doesn't even have a green shirt. What? Doesn't have a green shirt. Stupid Jake.
This is unreal! Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. What am I watching? I cannot believe what I've seen, and I've done it! I've done this for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. Straight down the tubes. This guy's unstoppable. Oh my goodness.
Million what's just happened?
This guy wants to win. Oh my god.
He strikes again.
And Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome everyone to Watchpoint. It is week number 6 here in our regular season. And that means it's day number 3, the last day of our knockout stages. My name is Zoe Schwind. Joining me are Danny Lim, Jake Line, and Jonathan Larson. Johoni Larson, also one of his.
It's so aggressive. What's up?
Why is that aggressive?
No, it's just like Zoe is on the desk with us.
Yes, she is.
Zoe.
She is. She's right here.
You gotta say it with a little gusto, you know? Like, it's important.
You gotta talk with intent.
I thought I was in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
I mean,
You're always in
if
trouble.
I use your second name, like, you know, if
Jonathan Larson.
Jonathan, middle name Larson. I can't believe you did that. Love your shirt.
Thank you. Yeah.
Fun
I like
fact.
this
It's a horse.
one. You're also very proud of this one. Equally proud of this one as I am.
Yeah, I am actually, because the person riding the horse is actually wearing traditional Swiss garb, which makes no sense since it's an American brand and it's a Swedish person wearing it. Alas, here we are. Isn't the world a crazy
Maybe
place?
it's a Swedish person wearing Swiss garb.
Are they allowed? Probably.
Allowed?
I don't know. Why would they do
Cultural appropriation.
at those Swedish people. Gosh darn it. Either way, moving on. We have a very special treat for you today, and that is matches. Well, I guess we have those every day when we but it's still a special treat. The 3 remaining teams will fight it out. They will battle to not death, but to elimination to figure out who is going to make it to the mid-season madness in Korea. It's going to be absolutely magical. We're going to kick things off with the Florida Mayhem and the Washington Justice to determine who has to face off against the LA Gladiators for that last remaining mid-season madness ticket. So everything on the line. And because we're 3 teams, 3 analysts, I thought this is going to be a phenomenal opportunity for our analysts to each become the champion of one of the teams. I want you to advocate for a team, but I don't want you to actually have a choice.
Devil's advocate.
So,
Well, depends.
kinda. Yeah, that's right. No, yeah, all 3 are good choices. We're gonna keep it very simple here, right? I have a hat. All of you are gonna reach into the hat and pull out a team, and then you must make a case for that team to advance to Seoul. I'll just demonstrate.
Oh, get in there.
Oh.
All right, sorry, go. So you start first?
Right, well,
No, you said-
I don't know how that got in there, but you go. Let's just.
All right.
Oh!
Florida Mayhem, baby.
Okay.
They're going all the way. Remember yesterday, for those of you that didn't watch the post-match interview I had with someone, he said that, the loss against the Gladiators, it's just that, they were too, I guess, they wanted to play everything perfectly. They were scared to make mistakes, and, they got that first nerves out of the way, and they're looking great. Checkmate on that Genji. Checkmate is such a great player. Just their whole roster is just a solid roster, and they've been proving to be, I think, a standout team throughout the regular season and also in the knockout stage as well. Someone just amazing tank. My favorite tank player, my personal MVP. I don't know if he's gonna get MVP, but I hope so.
The MVP of your heart.
Yeah, and also, to be frank, they're going up against Washington Justice, and I think Florida Mayhem is highly likely gonna win that.
All right. Well, Jake, who is gonna be your team? Who are you advocating for? Who are you cheering on? There's 2. Let's not overdo it. There's just 2 cards left.
All right.
They're Gladiators. You're super
Your
fans.
friends.
Your
Right,
friends.
the good people on the LA Gladiators, guys, they're already in the upper bracket. Well, we're in the lower bracket now, but right, they only have to win 1. So they get to watch Florida versus Washington. They get to analyze whoever wins that, see their weaknesses, see, what mistakes they do make, what they can capitalize on, what maps they want to pick. That's a big advantage here. I want to stress that. I think yesterday, they didn't really have the best performance against the Boston Uprising, but they absolutely smoked Florida Mayhem in this opening match. So I do think the LA Gladiators, if they can just pick themselves back up, back to basics, back to what they're the best at, I would really want to see more of the Yaki Kevster lineup when possible, playing that double diver. I felt like they went a little bit too hard into the hit scan in their match against Boston Uprising, got punished for that. But I think they're a strong team. I think they can play a lot of looks. They need to just find the right answers for the moment. I think Gladiators, they're already almost there. 1 match to win to go to Korea.
Talking over
almost
this
there.
music is so funny.
It's such it's mobster music. I don't know how that turned into I requested Magical Journey music. I feel like I'm gonna be sleeping with the fishes very soon. So, I got it right this time.
2 of these teams will.
Great job.
Not swimming with them anymore. We'd be sleeping.
Swimming with the
now.
fishes.
I love
What you got in your hat there? Who could it be?
Who could it be? Who could it possibly
choices.
be?
Carefully.
Infinite choices of 1. Wow.
All right, Johnny, defend it.
Defend.
Good luck.
The Washington Justice is the team you want to support today, okay? All these different teams, they've had their time to shine. Florida Mayhem, they won the Pro-Am already. They've had their fair share of winning. The LA Gladiators are really winning franchise. A vote for Washington Justice is a vote for a great storyline. The lower bracket run, this team is so much fun. Get amazed, more like get amazing. The Washington Justice with Alfie on the tip of the spear has been so much fun to watch. Alfie is one of the best racers in the league, and not only is he the best, he's the most fun to watch. He's aggressive, he gets deep into the back line. Flora is just sitting back and just having the time of his life playing Hanzo, just throwing logs out there. What's not to like? And meanwhile, the tank line as well. Mirror, aggressive flex tank that can play all kinds of tanks. I mean, he's so much fun to watch. You got these traditional Winston and Reinhardt players. Instead, you have this guy who can play Doomfist, can play Orisa if you want to. Winston, Reinhardt, Zarya. I would trust Mirror to play all kinds of tanks. And then the backline is just perfect as well. I don't know what's not to like about the Washington Justice. They're so much fun. You should definitely support the Washington Justice today because it'd be so much more fun if they made it to the mid-season madness than any of these other shitty teams.
it's kind of a co-democratic, like, we love them
A
so
lot of
much
cope.
argument. I don't know. I think the Justice could actually make an upset here. I think it's possible. I think they played Boston extremely close, and Boston has looked incredibly dominant. Boston already qualified, so to me, there's a legitimate argument for that.
Yeah, and he's
Florida all
wearing
the
a
way.
hat.
Not just the dang.
Florida.
And he's wearing a hat. I don't know. There's a lot of good arguments here to be made about the Justice, and he's wearing a hat, like Bastion. What's not to love about that? It's a hat. Anyway, we don't do anything here on the desk without somehow turning it into a weird kind of competition. Get out of here. Vote now in chat. Tell us who you think made the best case for their respective team, and we're gonna find out who you think is winning this one and why it's Jake, because I'm just gonna assume that the army of the horde.
That was pretty convincing.
You're wearing a hat.
Yes.
Let's go Korea, Florida, man.
A vote for Washington is a vote for the hat.
가야지. 집에 가자.
Vote for the hat. There we go. You heard it here first. I don't know what he said. Anyway, all of that is going down in the West. However, of course, we also have the Eastern region. And last night, we saw the conclusion of both of the Eastern region brackets. So let's hear it for our Eastern region report.
Hello, Ilios and Avril back once again to recap everything that happened here in
Sometime,
APAC in
Nick.
case you missed out on it, because it was a very eventful day. We had our representatives established here getting ready to go into mid-season madness, and as you can see, it was a day of 4 Overwatch.
It certainly was, and unfortunately for Dreamers, the dream does end. The only remaining contenders team coming into the knockouts does fall by the wayside. They just couldn't really get the ball rolling versus Hangzhou Spark at all, where the Chinese super team, they came together extremely strong. Leave played out of his mind. I think his combined total KD over the course of 4 maps played was 55 final blows to 10 deaths. That's final blows, not eliminations.
Yeah, so it goes even more astronomical when you consider everything else. But yeah, it was a big day from Leaf. Shy as well, and then Hanzo putting up strong performances and earning himself a player of the match. But then we got into our second series, one that we were hoping and expecting to be maybe a little bit closer. But Soul Infernal really showed up today with Zest earning player of the match as well.
This was a rematch of the upper bracket game between Seoul and Dallas a little bit earlier on. That was a 3-1 result. This time, Seoul Infernal do even better with a 4-0, and they just look to be way above the Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel, who looked good versus Ultra Blast, couldn't bring that same fire versus Seoul Infernal, who, you know, we expected them to be the better team. We expect Seoul Infernal to be overall the best team in APAC, and they proved that 100% today.
Yeah, really strong performances from both of those squads, who are now going to be our 2 representatives for mid-season madness. These are the 2 squads that are going to be kicking NA's asses. And with that, we'll go ahead and hand back over to the desk to guide you through and see who the last representative is from NA.
Seth was so happy to get a stop in there. Like, did you see how his face was lighting up?
We got it. I got it in.
Christmas.
They gotta
got
get
him.
while I got
Got
a
him.
chance, you know?
True,
I respect that.
true.
I respect the good.
No.
Like, I like a good battle, you know?
Danny, the Dreamers didn't make it. I'm very sorry.
In my dreams,
Yeah,
we made it.
reinforce though.
The Spark!
Spark made it in.
The Spark!
Hey.
Still a chance.
Still a
chance for the Spark to win the
good. I
mid-season
mean,
madness. They're looking great. They're doing amazing.
insane.
Houston's gonna be sweating.
Yeah, we
Well, they're not
already
playing for a
get
while,
to
probably.
see a mid-season madness bracket sneak peek, if you will, with one spot waiting to be up for grabs today. This is what are going to be looking like here. Man, this is going to be so high.
Sure would
It's
be a
actually so
shame
exciting.
if West 4th place qualifier beat the Spark. Hey, Johnny?
Sure would be a shame if Boston Uprising beat Houston at loss.
It would be a shame.
Would be indeed. Now, of course, the mid-season madness tickets are still on sale right now. And if you're looking for a good excuse to make a trip to Korea, well, look no further. It is the mid-season madness. So make sure to grab your ticket now and join our teams in Seoul for the ultimate showdown as they compete for $900,000 US and the coveted title of mid-season do we have a title? Like what's
Mid-season madman.
the mid-season madman. I love
Ship it. I love it.
That's
Let's
it.
go. Let's do
That's
that.
the keeper.
Mid-season
Let's go.
madman.
The mid-season madman. Anyway, they're definitely fighting for money. That we know for sure.
Almost
now,
$1 billion.
Title for I got a lot of money. I like that title.
it's a good,
Rich
it's a
guy.
coveted, the rich
Rich
guy.
guy.
Coveted title indeed up for grabs alongside the money. Now, of course, if you're headed to Seoul to cheer on your favorite team, I think you are probably hoping to run into some of those amazing players, right? And we will want to make sure that you recognize them. So who better than us to teach you what those players look like. I mean, you could also
Right.
just look at pictures of them.
No, we do better.
This is a
We got
much better
you.
way to
Yes.
recognize
This is-
people in real life.
Yeah, no, this is way better. Like, we did not overthink this whatsoever. We're gonna form duos here. In fact, they've already been formed. It's gonna be Jake and I versus Jonathan and Danny. Wow, look at you having long arms and stuff. Very impressive.
Easy dub.
For now, each team will get 30 seconds on the clock. Gonna be walking over to our big screen. And over there, we will be hit with some pictures. Could be anything. And based on the pictures, we have to guess what player we're looking for. So it's a kind of guess who situation. Each team has a veto as well. So if you feel like one of the pictures was way too easy, like if it's a pelican and we say pelican, like that, maybe considered a little easy.
We
You
scream
have
veto?
to scream veto,
Oh.
and it needs to be said before we're guessing the player.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's a point. I think that's easy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
we veto
let's go.
All right, so let's
got
show these guys how it's
The
done.
first one, we just scream veto.
We can pass if we get stuck on
shake
one as
them?
well. So,
Don't worry, we're not getting stuck. So
So
we're gonna run the
please.
table on these guys.
yeah, we're ready. Hit the clock. Let's go.
Vito.
There you go.
Tough. That was tough.
Pass.
Well, Vito it.
Ray, Sunrise. What is
No,
this?
pass.
What are we looking at?
Someone.
Smart.
Oh.
Steve, Victory.
Come on.
Star Trek.
Vulcan.
What? What?
That was right?
Wow.
This is very far. These are so far-fetched, actually. It's gonna be so much. But
Come
pass,
on now.
pass, pass.
Pass.
What?
Are you serious?
What was that?
I
I don't know.
Oh, this is easy. Come on.
This is so good.
I'm lost, dude.
We're so bad at it. We're gonna be so bad at this.
Is this
I don't
Bliss? No?
Is it really Bliss?
No.
That
Oh, wait,
See, I said that. I said
Wait, you gave us
that.
a point, thank you.
I said
No, you
that.
don't get the point. What are you talking about?
I said that.
Johnny said it.
Help from the other team.
You were out of time.
Take those.
Okay, I guess we
Two?
got two
All right,
and a
you got
half.
two? All right.
All right.
No, they get two.
Okay, that
Easy.
was
Just kidding you.
that was not as good as I thought it would be.
We passed a lot. We
I'm
passed
glad
a
I
lot.
got the Vulcan
We passed
one.
so
That's
much.
If you don't know, yeah, okay.
We just passed immediately.
All right.
The light rays one. I don't know.
What was
what's going
that
on.
even?
Easy.
Okay, and let's go.
Backball.
Easy.
All right.
Zest. Oh my.
Veto.
Okay, they vetoed
Okay,
it. Okay,
veto.
go on. Next one. Checkmate.
Theirs are so easy. This is stupid.
Dude. Oh, let's go. We're dominating. Pass. Pass.
Pass.
I mean, it's the Diablo
Easy,
guy. It's the
veto,
Diablo guy.
Veto.
Okay, they vetoed
You guys
two.
are
They vetoed two.
Malfoy.
Pass. I mean,
Malfoy, it was Malfoy.
oh, Edison.
Wait, only you knew that.
That's electricity, right?
Oh, well,
Is it Edison?
Edison.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
that was easy.
Yeah. All
Way more literal
right.
one.
Hey,
You guys
victory
suck.
pose. We need a
They
victory
got all
pose.
the
You know,
literal
like in
ones.
Overwatch, a victory pose.
It's a backbone.
I don't know, like back. Yeah, that thing. Do we have a camera for
Get
this?
outta
Come on,
here.
victory pose. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's for you,
I'm
Overwatch League Twitter.
still lost. Like, what was the light one?
Yeah,
Like,
can you tell us what that was? Because I still
have
don't
to-
know.
You don't know Edison?
no, the light one, the one we got.
Oh, ultraviolets.
Oh, is it ultraviolet? It's
Oh, is it?
There's
It's
violet.
visible light.
There's
It's
violet
visible.
and ultraviolet. There's two violet in the
that
league.
is not ultraviolet because it's visible.
But I.
But it's wrong, guys.
All right.
That is by definition not ultraviolet.
Easy.
Yeah.
I knew it was so. That was so.
There it is. There it is.
Wow.
I got
Jake, what happened?
backbone. Yeah, I got backbone.
You got dubbed.
Yeah.
Honestly, I personally feel like this was offensive to us. Like this
is
was
not right.
this would make us
This is not
cute.
right.
If you also think that Jake and I kind of got
Dominated.
We got
not
unlucky.
dominated, we got super unlucky. If you would agree with that, please tweet at us hashtag OWL2023. If you think we should actually be the winners, let us know.
All right, live long and prosper, everybody.
It wasn't
You got
live.
Vulcan right. And that was what about it.
Well, coming up next, Justice versus Mayhem. Who moves on to face the Gladiators for a trip to Seoul, Preds, and so much more coming right after this.
Easy
This was,
win.
no, this was so
Easy win. You guys.
Welcome back, everyone. Remember to get your Mid-Season Madness tickets right now as they are on sale. And if you can't make it to Korea, don't get FOMO. You can host a watch party. You can still enjoy it with your friends. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there, right there.
Yeah, that area.
There, that general area.
Somewhere over there.
And find out how to participate. Love watch parties. Have you been hosting watch parties?
I did a watch party for the Pro-Am, actually.
Yeah?
It was a lot of fun.
Did it go hard?
It went super hard, Zoe.
Clippable I've ever seen one. Now let's talk about our next match coming up. It's for everything, for all the marbles, but first of all, it's going to be for the honor of going up against the LA Gladiators. You said that, Johnny, not I. Like, you did this to yourself. Washington Justice. They've been looking phenomenal. A lot of that, of course, based on their incredible DPS duo. And they will go up against the Florida Mayhem, which yesterday they cleaned up their act. They were unhappy with their performance in the first day when they went down 0-3 against the Gladiators. They're looking for a redemption arc here. Yesterday, they looked clean. They looked good. But who looked better?
Sorry, I was so distracted just then.
Who looked better yesterday in their matches? Washington
Look,
or
okay,
Mayhem?
I
think
you want to go ahead, Danny?
I think it's different because I do think because Washington went up against New York, and you know what? No, that doesn't. Well, I mean, Florida Mayhem went up against San Francisco Shock.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Washington Justice. I mean, the way they looked yesterday, it was arguably like the best they've looked. I'm not even doing the shtick anymore. I promise, like, it was honestly the best they've looked all season long. Just the way this team is coming together, they evolved where they started out playing a lot of Ben Best in this lineup for the Washington Justice, but now sticking to Alpha a lot on the Tracer. Their May composition was really spectacular as well. They flanked around and we're always like dynamic with the way they play their Ramatra compositions. I really liked what I saw from the Washington Justice. So them being able to play both the Ramatra and the Winston compositions at a really high level, they're in every map. Like there's never a map in the series where you're like, oh, Washington Justice aren't favored here. They're always, contending with the opponent. And so I really think that they play Winston at such a high level and they play Ramatra May at such a high level that I can't help but respect Justice.
Yeah, but
But
you respect them enough when they go up against the Florida Mayhem, which yesterday just looked, again, very, very clean in their approach. They played aggressive, they played beautiful dive, they played a lot of different things, in fact. And I just, I can't give this one to the Washington Justice. Looking at the predictions here, I think it's Florida May, and I think it's not even going to be a very close one. I did give the Justice one map, but one map only, just because it looked nicer.
good for you.
Good for you.
Good for them.
What about you?
Same. I'm with Florida Mayhem.
It's upside down. It's upside down.
But-
Turn around.
Correct. It's for the W.
No, it's over the. Thank
They're
you.
gonna win.
Thank you.
Wow.
I totally did that on purpose.
Smart.
But yes, I think I gave Justice a map. I think they might have a chance against In Control. But I think whether they play the Rush or the Winston Dive, I think Mayhem could do it better.
I got a stat for you. Or sorry.
Love stats.
Yes,
Give numbers.
Jake. Sorry, I forgot. Jake actually exists.
Jake exists.
Do we have Jake available? 3-1.
There we
Okay,
go.
so we are on the 3-1 train.
Jake is over there. He moved on to brighter pastures, which is
Goodbye.
See ya.
Whoa!
Are you guys like full twinning? Like, is that happening?
Yeah, this was
That's
not
cute.
planned,
This
by
is
the way.
Just love
That's
this.
kind of cute.
Skill.
Even the background.
In the back, yeah, everything
Yeah.
just.
We fit in. We blend in. I'm gonna be invisible, guys.
Oh,
it's
it's
good.
kind
So
of
Johnny, what's your prat though?
So let me give you a stat. Let me
I
give you a
love
stat,
that.
okay? Washington Justice this season, they've played 10 matches. 8 out of those matches have been 3-0s.
Against
So
them
we-
or for them?
That mix and match. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. But point being, they've only played 2 push maps all season. We've only seen Washington Justice on push twice this entire year because it's all 3-0s. But they're actually pretty good on push. So I gave them a 3-2, the Florida Mayhem. Because I think they'll win push.
Wait, what?
I give it a 3-2. I don't think that Washington Justice will lose out on push. So I gave them 2 maps.
Okay.
It was a great stat. That's an amazing stat, guys. That's an amazing stat.
I went from 3 zeros. He was talking about 3 zeros, and then his answer
That's
was
such a
3-2.
non-consecutive.
Yeah, what?
Oh, that is true. It's probably a 3-0. Oh, my bad.
Justice hard.
I'm interested in your conclusion that they're gonna do well on push after not playing it in matches. But
They're
you know,
undefeated, 2-0.
okay, that's 100% win rate.
guess-
No
Out of
practice.
the
It's
sample
the
size
unknown
too.
quantity. We don't know if they're bad or good if they never play it, right? So maybe that's where we go. What I do know is good is our fan art. We got a really special something for our Jake and Jack boys over there. Look at that.
Jack boys.
It's
Oh,
the
wow,
lionfish.
the
It's
sauce
also-
is
That sounds like it.
Yeah.
Beautifully crafted.
There it is. Lionfish.
This is incredible. This
Yeah,
is
I saw
actually
this. I
incredible.
saw this on Twitter last night. This is so cool.
Like
That's
a
unlucky.
lying fish.
She also posted what's it called? A process video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they did.
Time
Oh,
lapse
she did.
there.
Oh.
Yeah,
I do have a
lionfish.
fact about a lionfish if you want it.
Yeah.
Yes,
A lionfish.
always.
That's an actual
a
fish?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they exist.
it's not with a Y. That's obviously Jake's
It looks
last
like
name.
the one she drew it.
Yeah, they're actually an invasive species, and you can hunt them in a lot of countries like Australia because they eat coral and destroy coral reefs. So you can just go out and hunt them. But they are very
Did you
venomous. The
just start a
spines on
witch
the
hunt
back.
against lionfish out there?
Well,
they're
yeah,
destroying
pretty
the
much.
coral.
It makes
They're
sense.
destroying
They're
species.
invasive, just like
I
Jake
understand.
and Jack.
Wow.
We are invasive.
Wow,
Like, how
I'm
are we
invasive. All
The
right.
only invasive one over there is probably Jake because he's like mixing and meddling everywhere. Like,
People destroy
Invading
everything.
all aspects of the Overwatch League.
They're also venomous, which could be us too, right? They're venomous on their spines.
Then
Nah,
when
you
he's
guys don't have
spitting
venom.
on the mic. you know?
Spitting some mad facts.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to go into game now. This is getting ridiculous.
Let's play some Overwatch, guys.
Getting-
Come on.
yeah, come on now.
Come on. Enough
Wrap
of this.
it up. Get
Enough of
into
this
game.
chaos.
Casters, bring us into game. All right, we are the second to last game, Jake, of the knockouts. Mayhem versus Washington Justice. Even though Johnny did bait the entire Twitter sphere, the Justice haven't got a single vote on the desk, sadly. It did go 3-2. And with the Mayhem going down to the lower bracket, they are the scariest team down there. No one expected the Gladiators to just swiftly 3-0 them, and they didn't play great in that series at all. And now they're facing against the Washington Justice, another team that is considered a fairly decent dark horse, but are they enough to topple the Mayhem, real?
Well, initially I was really worried for Florida, right? Going down 3-0 to Glads, it was like, what is this? I mean, this is just not the result we expected, especially in how dominant it was. But I think the Florida Mayhem, we've heard internally from sources, that really that was just, it was nerves, it was them not playing their game, being too worried, trying to play perfect, no one's taking initiative. Things like that can happen when you go into that high pressure scenario of an elimination tournament. Everyone wants to go to Korea, but they were right back on track against the Shock. They look strong, they look very competent, and they can play a lot of comps. Something that Justice can match, but I wonder, can they match the skill with which, players like, I think RuPaul, I've been highlighting on the Florida Mayhem, he's been super important for this team. And as well, Checkmate and Merit, these guys can play basically anything you need them to. Someone, no question about his flexibility. So this is going to be, I think, a great match. I think, honestly, Gladiators have to be worried whichever one of these teams advance.
Yeah, RuPaul has just been an absolute nutcase in the Ana. We saw yesterday, like, the amount of fights he was just winning for his team with a single nade. It was a little ridiculous. Almost a mirror here. Just got Checkmate on the Echo versus Flora on Sombra, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, Echo is a little bit difficult to play in these comps, but Justice, they're going to have to take some kind of initiative. Florida Mayhem are going to be happy just to sit back, mark flankers, because Checkmate's going to outpoke this Winston, 9 times out of 10 here on the Echo.
Yes, sir. Taking a fair bit of damage, though. It was hacked previously, so suffering a little bit, I'd say. That mini pack will be kind of nice to hack if you're Flora. Help Alfie at least on the flank. Mirror's taking a lot of damage, the same as Checkmate. Looks like Terror was checking him that entire time, and Mirror was able to finish up that kill. Chorong pretty low too, as the point has been unlocked, but no one capping just yet. You'd imagine without the damage, I mean, Florida Mayhem can kind of juggle here, but they are on the back foot. Another leap in for Mirror, but it will be the Justice. Oh, they're so close from capping. Nice little recall, but it looks like they're being able to hold off for long enough for Checkmate to come back. Manual hack onto someone, but he gets the bubble out just in time.
Yeah, and everyone's back now for Florida. They have a very good chance in this with Justice on the back foot, which is not where you want to find yourself on this summer comp. RuPaul does get naded, but don't see any follow-up there except Alfie.
Oh, pulse bomb just misses. Merit ends up going down, potentially trying to pulse bomb the Justice backline with someone of Merit dead. That should be the cap. There we go. Justice in control first.
Yeah, that nade ended up being pretty significant, forcing RuPaul away, and then the backline just doing a little bit of a better job watching Justice able to shut down Merit. And so far, this Echo pick is not really working out at all. Checkmate not able to connect on that Winston, the backline, the players he wants to be targeting, because Flora and Alfie, they're just always on his case. They're making him fight DPS. That's not what you want on Echo. You want to be just, poking down those vulnerable backline that can't shoot back at you.
Wow, how did he get discovered there? That was a
good
maybe
spy
just a little spy check, yeah. Triple anti. Should be good, though. Yeah, they can just wait that one out, not a problem. Yeah, I mean, you're saying about Checkmate struggling. I mean, he's only got 70% towards ult. Not the best, especially when you've got an EMP right in front of your face.
Broken, though.
Chorong already EMP'd, but he's got the nano and the rally, and Floor is dead. The Florida Mayhem up 2 now as Merrick just cleaning up. Beautiful defensive play there from Merrick, just helping his backline. That TP was broken, Jake, but Flora, he was just desperately trying to kill Chorong, but RuPaul was there with the nano.
That's just a critical fight for the Florida Mayhem to win, because EMP did come out from Flora. That's a crucial ult that you would really want on the retake. Yes, you've got Rally, you've got Primal, Pulse Bomb, but kind of Pulse Bomb and Primal, you can open up the fights with those, but your backline could just as easily be traded. Checkmate's going to have that copy. It's going to be much harder to pressure him out in this fight.
Yeah, double Winston, I would imagine, or maybe a copy of a Tracer would be rather cheeky. Getting a couple of quick pulse bombs won't be too difficult, not against the Winston anyway.
I want to see an Ana copy. Copy that Ana, nade the backline. That can be a really, really strong play. Maybe nano your Winston.
Pulse bomb in the hand of Alfie. We'll see if he can connect it this time around. He is running rings around the Mayhem right now, but they're still managing to dodge, but everybody's so low. The incoming damage there from Alfie and Flora just helping Mirror secure the kills. Clean fight from the Justice, Jake. Only a Primal Rage and a Pulse Bomb used.
Yeah, really well played by Justice, but I can't help but wonder, Florida Mayhem, where was their dive? I mean, sure, your backline might go down, but you should always have priority to dive the enemy backline when they're walking in. I mean, you're in control of the point. You get to kind of dictate the pace of the fight. So Checkmate and someone, I think, maybe missing an opportunity there that could come back and hurt them as the round goes on. Flora already 60% to that next EMP.
Yeah, dupe available, though, for Checkmate. We'll see if he does copy the Ana. Would be kind of nice. Double anti-nades. Yeah, that's a little rough. Sticky Bomb's going wide. Nice little dive, but looks like Checkmate and someone weren't really on the same page. There's the Ana copy. Is he going to get a nano? Shooting shield, unlucky. Walking the shield. Oh, there you go. Anti-nade onto FD God. Hits the rally too. So he goes down instantly. No healing, no over health or even over armor there to save him. Beautiful stuff from Checkmate, and that will be a cap for the Mayhem. Very scrappy backwards and forwards, but you expect that at this point in the knockout?
Yeah, although the round now is looking really rough for Justice. Not much to work with. Nano Boost, I think, a much harder ultimate to open up with on retake than the Primal. You still have that only that one jump to work with. Chorong, if he boops that mirror, it's going to be really difficult to connect. You're going to be really relying on Alfie's Pulse Bomb. At the same time, I mean, there's going to be so much pressure coming in from the ults of the Florida Mayhem. They have every opportunity to dive. I don't want to see them mess this up again. Like, you cannot let Taro and FD God walk in. You have to punish them. I mean, you have point, you have dive. There it goes.
Had a Pulse Bomb go out. It was Merit. And even a manual hack onto him too. Is the recall all good? Someone on your screen. Still got that Primal Rage. The backline for the Justice. More than safe now with that sleep onto someone. Still has Primal Rage. And here's the Nano Boost with Checkmate. The two-person dive. Can they actually finish anybody off? No, FD God gets Nano. Now he's swinging. Checkmate's Nano ended up running out. And the backline dive from the Justice just too good for the Mayhem. I mean, this is just Justice standing up, standing tall against Florida right now. They find the cap as Florida got 99.
Yeah, Merit getting hacked there, not finding any value on his Pulse Bomb, and then Justice doing a great job letting the dive come in, full countering it, you know, pressuring Merit out really early into that, and then Alfie and Florida, they get the opportunity to go on the enemy backline. They do use EMP Pulse Bomb Nano, so Florida, they've been sitting on this rally. I don't think they've used Rally and Primal the whole round, but now it's time, you know, like this is the fight. You've got to get value off someone's Primal.
Someone's looking for a way to get in the fight. There's the Boob. He can still put the pressure on though. FD God is still fairly far up, but look at the damage someone's taking right now. They know he's got Primal, they have to. Sleep does end up missing. However, there's still a lot of healing for FD God and Teru. FD God does get anti, just someone's jumping away, so again, no follow-up. I say that, I do tell a massive lie. There's a Checkmate was there in the backline too.
Me when I spread misinformation.
Fighting in the war for misinformation on the side.
There is in between two Winston's. That's a bad place to be. Getting cooked up.
He's asleep. It's okay. He's back though as Florida Mayhem do cap. And there you go. First round as Alfie says.
calling out his own
C9.
True. I don't know if we call that a C9. That is just a well-executed round from Florida. But honestly, there were some cracks there. Like the counter dives from Justice were on point.
Really good.
He was not really finding value on the dives because Alfie and Flora were just constantly attacking him on Tracer. He's getting hacked, he's getting pressured out, and sure, Checkmate and someone can kind of fly over the top, nothing can really stop them, but Merit, he's got to navigate his way through a Sombra Tracer, which is really scary in that comp, right? When the enemy Tracer has a Sombra to help her, every time you start taking that 1v1, you have to question in the back of your mind, am I going to get hacked? Is there a pills that's hacked that I don't know about? The other Tracer could just grab that from me and turn the tempo, so it's a tough fight for Merit. Florida do take that round, though. I think you're feeling really good about that, and running a really great comp so far. That Ashe against Queen, this is going to be, I think, pretty tough for the Justice. Merit going to be pretty much unchecked on this high ground. I don't see anybody getting to him pretty much ever. So, Justice, you got to just let Merit be free, and that feels really rough, I think.
I mean, you could hide around the sight lines, but it's just so open. Look at Chorong too, his own little personal bodyguard up on that high ground.
Yeah, the position here is really hard. I mean, I think Justice, they do just have to play to cap the point and hope that Merit just can't quite get enough damage. That's going to be their game plan.
I really like RuPaul's positioning too. He's on the other side of this expanse here. FD God dead. On the Lucio this time, no Brig to be found. Oh, Chorong. How did you end up there? I'm not sure, but Checkmate's still doing what Alfie cannot. I say that as Alfie does take the backline, just a complete trade right now. Merit might have been free a second ago, but the pull from the knife from Mira does take him down from that high ground, and the Justice are going to cap once again first.
God, Alfie is just a beast in that fight.
He
like,
really
even
is.
though losing a teammate first early, I think Chorong maybe slipping up to be so far in so early. I think once that Lucio pick came in, Florida had the opportunity to slow things down, but they didn't take it. They tried to just press the advantage right away. Ends up being a mistake because Alfie, he's so sharp on that cleanup.
Yeah, look at this positioning. RuPaul, Chorong, and Merit all just kind of lined up in the back line. And you cannot let that happen.
Surely.
Wow. Okay, a manual hack and then just a couple of bullets. Surprised Chorong didn't have hacks or whatever.
tracking from Flora. Like, there's no other way you get that kill.
All right, well. Oh, there's another knife. Merit's been pretty good at hitting those. I need a pack, please.
Heal me.
Ilios. Please. All good. They're going to reset, Jake.
It's starting to look rough, though. I mean, winning the mid-fight, I think, was really what Florida Mayhem's comp relied on, you know, having that Ashe on the high ground once you hold point. But retaking point is a different story. It's much easier for Justice if they only have to stall. They're not really forced into any kind of action. And if you do push in, EMP coming down.
Oh, what an EMP. Does hit RuPaul. Square in the chest, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Chorong's there. What a stick! Woo! Oh, Checkmate. Showing Alfie who is boss. Florida Mayhem with double support coming up, but the Justice still want to prolong this fight. I mean, Mira can survive here. Might be able to get a rampage off. No, not even in the rush there could Mira survive the oncoming damage from Bob and just Mira on the high ground. Now he's getting some free space, Jake. Now he's getting the damage in.
Yeah, and the rush commitment, the Kitsune rush, not really getting anything. I mean, sure, it forces Merit's Bob, but I think that's a trade you're more than happy to take. I feel like the Kitsune rush is such a high-value ultimate on this control map type where you just kind of stand on the point and flip it with that ult. Alfie getting pressured out as well. It's going to be all on this rampage from Mirror, and as well Alfie's pulse bomb. I mean, that is like, it's like better than a normal pulse bomb, I swear.
Yeah, it is. It's upgraded. It's Pulse Bomb Plus. All right, here it is. Oh, on the wall. Not
Nice
quite. You're going to downgrade that one, unfortunately. He does hit the recall straight to Charon, though, but Flora's already dead. Mira's got the ultimate, but I think Justice maybe wanting to take this one slow, especially without Flora there. It's harder for Alfie as well to get value. He's just poking away in the back line. He's actually going to switch over to Sojourn now instead.
Sojourn. This is going to be rough. Very difficult to keep this hero alive in the comp. I mean, Terror's gonna have his work cut out for him. You gotta protect your Lucio, you gotta give your Queen about a heal, and you're gonna keep a Sojourn up. That's kind of a tall order here. I'm not a big fan of this pick, honestly.
Well, we'll see what it can do.
He's got the beat though. This fight shouldn't be too hard.
And the Rampage.
Flora.
Got to hit Charon and Rupal. Look at how much damage Mirror is taking right now. Speaking about strained resources, the health bars of Justice not looking pretty. They're eventually going to heal themselves up after someone uses that Primal Rage. He's got an extra leap in him. He's going to be fine. Mirror's looking for this ultimate, man. Look at him. He's trying to line up for this. There comes the rally. Good time to use the ult. No! What a stun from Charon! He may have paid for it with his life, but he made sure Rupal was safe. But unfortunately, Teru was there, and Alfie E2 to clean up the rest. What a stun. Didn't quite connect on the back line, but it didn't really matter. There's the flip. 68% in building. Justice in a good spot.
Yeah, Justice turning to peel that Primal ended up being a great decision. Cost them a little bit of time, but they do win the team fight. It's what they needed here. And now they've got that Kitsune Rush, which should alleviate a little bit of the burden as far as the healing in the comp, right? You can heal so fast with the Kitsune. You can also get like 2 Lucio heal lamps off. It could be really effective in this team fight. Flora as well. If he gets this overclock online, he could turn into a really scary creature. Not too much survivability on the cards for Florida Mayhem.
Oh, I hear the Winston diving above. There he is. Hello, someone. Him and Checkmate trying to open up this fight with a kill. Terra's still flinging those kunais as overtime is here. Mayhem are going to have to deal with this rush that's on the point now. I mean, here's Flora. He's got that overclock. He receives a Suzu, but he's in no man's land on the point. Gets anti too. The focus is going to be decent from the Mayhem. They do end up taking him down after a brief stint of dealing with the FD God and Alfie dive. And that'll be the Florida Mayhem clearing that fight up. They're going to flip the points, and then we're looking at a 99-99.
That is such a crucial nade from Rupal. I think without that nade, I don't think they find that kill. I think Flora pops his overclock. Anything could have happened there. And, FD God's gonna do it. He's not making it, man. There's
44
no way.
HP. Oh,
Yeah.
what a snipe from someone. 99%. Oh, no touches. And the Florida Mayhem are going to take map number 1.
Well played by Florida Mayhem. Running some I think, very straightforward comps. I mean, I think there's confidence in the comps that Florida Mayhem are picking. It's like, all right, we're going to just take it to you on the meta. We're going to beat you on what everybody else is playing. And it's up to now, Justice, balls in your court. You want to start cheesing? You want to start mixing it up? I think Florida's more than happy to go to the mat and kind of scrap counter-swapping fest. Like, I don't think they have any issues with that. But they just won on some dominant metas. It was really Justice playing the off-meta stuff with that Queen. Didn't work out for them that round.
You remember, it's loser's choice too, so Justice do get their map pick. Curious where we end up going. I mean, that nade too. Rupal and Checkmate, both on Ana. Doing so much for the team. I mean, I just want to keep seeing Rupal on Ana. The guy's just a monster. He won some of their games yesterday because of the anti-nade. It was ridiculous stuff. I mean, their backline, it looked a little bit fallible here, Jake, but still so good at keeping each other alive. And what a pulse.
And
that's
Alfie,
an ego pulse right there.
I mean, he's been such a superstar, and to get pulsed down like that.
I know, yeah.
That's the ultimate outplay on Tracer, right? It's like you rarely even go for those. But Checkmate is a player, I feel like I've seen that a number of times from him. He's not scared to throw the pulse to those Tracers.
Oh, hell no. Keep doing it, keep doing it. Washington Justice, map choice after the break. We'll be right back.
young, I'm fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose. Kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Mayhem with a convincing 2-0 there on the first map. We are going to Hollywood, second one, and that'll be Justice's pick. And Mayhem have chosen to defend. The winning side there chooses whether they want to attack or defend, so Mayhem have opted for defense. Maybe trying to make this one a fast one. We'll see.
Yeah, you want to get a full hold. I wouldn't be surprised to see Merit on a core hit scan here, maybe more of that Ashe. Although, honestly, the Ashe, as much as I feel like it is strong against Winston with that coach gun boop, it feels like it hasn't been as effective as the Hanzo. Maybe just that threat of the one-shot kill, Sonic Arrow giving you that chance to catch out a Sombra, and ends up being a little bit more scary to play against than just booping the Winston. You can trust your Brig for that anyway. So I'm curious to see what comp Florida end up running. We've seen them even run like very odd stuff here before, like earlier in the season they were playing a BAP Kiriko with Ramatra, Hitscan, you know, just they run their own comps here. They have their own looks. I'd expect to see more of a classic Winston dive. I mean, after you won that first map, it was 9900s, but those were dominant in the end. Like, you know, it didn't, even those final fights, it wasn't like the final fight was this knockdown drag out.
Yeah, it was kind of just a sweep over them.
So I think you're feeling pretty happy if you're Florida, just to like, let's keep going. Like, we're better than you at this comp. What do you have to go to something else? And for Justice, I don't know that there really is another option. Maybe they could run the Ramatra rush. We've seen them run that on this map before. Just run it down, catch the enemy Brig, catch the enemy Ana, and punish them. But it's a tough task. You got to run the gauntlet. Someone Merit checkmate. They're going to be poking you down at all times, trying to, you know, slide in a kill on one of your supports as they try to slip past.
Yeah, no Ashe or Hanzo on the defense. It's just checkmate on Tracer, and then Merit on Sombra.
It's a conservative choice.
It is, definitely. I would love to see a little bit of Orisa here from Mira, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Please do not. This is like a, there's no way, right?
It is a troll.
Wait. Still, okay.
It is a troll.
Oh, Queen?
Queen
All right.
Sojourn
I don't believe
into
in
this.
This is rough for me. On Hollywood, maybe first point. All right, he might just play it on first and swap off. I could see that from Mira, but this is scary. There's a lot of players to keep alive here.
Maybe not. Okay, they've seen what Florida may have a run in. Looks like they're going to go back to spawn.
Maybe this is expecting Merit on the hit scan. That could make more sense.
Okay.
Against the Sombra. Oh, they're going to commit. It's just a question of matching Sombra with it.
Yes, they took the Sojourn out there and just slotted a Sombra in. Okay. Tough for the Queen to really get a lot of value, especially if someone can just kind of juggle the payload and juggle the point here.
Yeah, for Mir, you've got to connect to the back line. It's RuPaul and Chorong. You've got to be catching them. Oh,
good knife. Another good knife, in fact. Axe swing does go wide, but this is what you want to see. Jay just running at the back line. Chong does go pretty low, being kept alive somehow by RuPaul. How has he been alive for so long? Anti-nade from RuPaul does help secure the kill onto Mira. And with FD God dead, that should be the dive over and done with. Although with Teru up, still, the backline for the Florida Mayhem have been eliminated. It's now just about getting back to the point ASAP. Charon will reach the rest of the Florida Mayhem in just a moment, but looks like Alfie's trying to test them.
Yeah, great team play from Florida Mayhem, able to keep Chorong alive just long enough. Alfie almost going down there, but we'll see. One more chance before the ults come online. Can you pick off these backlines?
They're going for a rapid. Chong did not expect that. A pulse bomb available to Alfie already. They're in the cafe, and they're not ordering sandwiches. What can they do with it? Nice hack onto that mini health pack as well. That could be quite influential later on in the fight, but looks like a good wraparound from Mayhem. Gone to the high ground now. Pulse bomb goes out from Alfie. Actually gets naded, but a better pulse bomb from Checkmate. Nano onto someone too. Washington Justice unable to really make anything stick. It's been tough. I mean, 2 minutes in the time bank already gone now, Jake.
And I think Mirror, he's playing the comp the way it has to be played. I think Queen, you can't really sit there and fight Winston in front of Ana. You have to go to the backline and cut down those healers. And yet someone is just so unchecked during that. They're just constantly being pressured from all sides. And Checkmate is just always coming up with the kill first. It's too difficult to find that Ana Brig kill.
EMP is available from both sides. EMP comes out, hits Teru and Alpha Yi. They're laying down that rush, but SD God's already dead. Another EMP's coming in, maybe? No, Checkmate just cleans the entirety of the Justice there. And a nice small stagger as he's just bagging him on the point.
They honestly could have staggered him really bad there since he already has EMP, so you're not scared to let him farm, but that's a rare play. You won't see that every day. You know, Mirror, yeah, sure, he's got that ult. It's going to be all in this EMP, though. I think Chorong really wants to dodge the EMP, so he's available to pop the rally, bash people. You know, one bash, I feel like you could catch Justice's whole team comp. They're going to be 5 stacked.
Another
so
5-man
hard.
bash.
And a stun like that, I mean, it just gives you time to get healed, and the Winston's cleaving the whole time. It could go really wrong here for the Justice if the EMP is not perfect.
Ooh, early dive here for Mayhem. The EMP comes out. That's a Rampage did hit too, but Checkmate just popped the Primal, and then there's a recall for the Tracer. So with someone's Primal and Chorong too, I mean, the AoE damage is just immense. That rally ended up getting popped after that EMP came out, so everybody had that overhealth. And there's one fight remaining now for the Justice, Jake.
All right, this is a fight Justice sort of should win. There's no answer to beat. Mira's going to go over to the Winston. I think this is going to be a straightforward beat dive rush in. But if the Mayhem can kite out, I think if they expect this kind of, you know, over-aggression potentially from FD God has to beat early. It's hard to even stay alive on this Lucio. So Florida, I think if they're ready to hard kite and just escape the beat, this could be really good for them.
Looks like Mero was trying to poke to get towards that EMP. Like you said, kiting out, waiting for the EMP. FD God, it's all on him to try and make good of this fight. He's already taken a fair bit of damage to the Pulse One, had to checkmate. Of course it lands! FD God, Teru's dead. FD God, Ajaxing on the point. Oh, it's over. And Mira knows it too. AFKing on that point. What a way to defend the Florida Mayhem with the full hold against the Justice.
Wrap it up. Let's go home, guys. Florida, let's see if I mean, I'm ready to call this series. I'm ready to walk away from this. Like, that was an absolute beatdown. The AJ to finish it off. And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, for FD God, he is caught between a rock and a hard place there, right? You can just beat super early right through the choke, but are you really going to connect to the backline like that? Chorong, RuPaul, they're playing safe. They're going to kite your beat out, and you're just going to lose like that. So you've got to cross a little bit of space, be a little bit greedy. But with the Pulse on his Ana, I mean, it just goes from bad to worse. So Florida Mayhem with aggression, every single time Justice try to make their play, Florida's striking first. Florida's punishing your rotations. They look like the superior team by a big margin here. Maybe we made a mistake on the desk, even thinking Justice could take a map. This is not close.
Scariest team in the lower bracket, that's for sure. No one expected them to go down to the Glads, and it looks like it's going to be a rematch for a ticket to the mid-season madness. Let's have a look at this then. This was, yeah, just Checkmate's triple kill cleaning up. I mean, this was at a point as well, Jake, where Flora was just in the middle of nowhere, and this fight was happening. The Justice wanted this EMP to kind of follow up in everybody in the cafe. They could have hit a big EMP there. It would have been probably a fight win, but yeah, just completely off sync.
Yeah, Flora's like still resetting his TP at that moment. It just, I mean, it feels really bad. RuPaul hits a huge nade, and although the cleanse is almost instant, Checkmate still finds the kill on FD God before it comes down, and just that's the margin you're playing with against the Florida Mayhem. They are so quick to punish you. And Checkmate on the Genji, I don't mind this but I think it is maybe unnecessarily risky. You know, you could just say like, we're gonna get a Nano Blade, we're gonna win, but you do have the risk of like getting slept. Could go wrong.
Could go wrong. Way more defensive now for FD God. He's gone there. Brig, no Lucio, no real shock there. He just want to hold Cafe. Although Terro's not hanging out there. He's on boxes right now. Someone taking a nice spot on the high. Oh, no, he actually surfed all the way down somehow. Whoops a daisy. Wow, Miro taking a lot from those Storm Arrows. It's hard to dive that Hanzo when he's got that ability up. There's the redive. Just slowly but surely, just Florida Mayhem trying to get position, but Merit's kind of using his dash the wrong way there. He went behind the pillar, couldn't see his healers.
Yeah, overstaying is welcome. His healers dropped to low ground. I mean, maybe it's the healer's fault. I think they probably should stay high ground with Merit. I mean, he's up there threatening kills. You just have to buy more time for the Hanzo.
Yeah, and you have the break too, so I don't think Monkey's too much of a threat to you, but we'll see if they want to go to the high ground again. Looks like they're going to. Taking the stairs. All good.
Yeah, honestly, this Hanzo is a bit of an odd choice here. Merit can pop off and just end the game at any time, but if he doesn't find that, I mean, the dives are going to be much stronger from Justice.
Oh, what a hit from Alpha Yi. This guy, he don't miss. Him and Checkmate, honestly, just have a 1v1 to decide the match, I think. Nice little tasering there from Mira. Takes down RuPaul. I mean, the supports are dead. You're pretty much done. Half-time bank's already gone, Jake. I don't want to say it, but a draw is possible on this map.
Starting to get worried. This is going really poorly. I think this Hanzo pick is just not working. It's a very odd choice when you only have to cap A, where I would think you would probably want to just take a mirror and just like go for ult trades. Eventually, you'll get an advantage. Justice have played this textbook, and so far they're on the path to a draw here.
Decent stick, but the only thing it served there was forcing Mirror to use that Primal Rage. Pretty nice ultimate to get out. Can't really stall with it, and you know the Winston's going to be more vulnerable when he dives in. Nano boost for RuPaul though. Can he land another big nade? EMP is good for one, and in fact, does take down RuPaul. And now Charm's all in his lonesome insecurity. Checkmate makes it even, at least somewhat, killing Mirror, but with both supports dead, Mayhem are going to have to reset again. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Drawable right now.
Oh no, and a late death from Merit. The Hanzo is really not working here. I mean, we still have a chance. To be fair, this fight looks pretty good for the Florida Mayhem, and Merit over the Sombra.
Now he's the Sombra.
I'm glad. I actually think this is still the right decision. Just take the Mirror. Eventually, you probably will still get an EMP off as the fight goes on.
All right, you should know where his Translocator is, but I'm not sure if that'll matter to Flora at all, considering how fast the fight is going to take place. All right, still with that Nano boost. Oh, there's the Nano onto the Brig after they get pulsed. Rally comes out too. They're just throwing everything in. They only need 33%. And whether it was the Sombra or whether it's just a clutch Nano from RuPaul, it doesn't matter. Because the Florida Mayhem, they're in match point scenario now. One more map, and they'll be facing the Gladiators once again in the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was just flawless from the Florida Mayhem. Even though a lot of slip-ups on the attack, Justice kept fighting. They made that game interesting. And I mean, that was a heroic pulse bomb from Alfie. Absolutely ridiculous 180 blink stick. But nonetheless, Florida up 2-0. It is a full hold as much as Justice kind of made it close there.
Oof. Catching Queen in the knee there.
I mean, she just has to run in straight lines. It's sort of the nature of the hero. You've got to just run it down and hit the enemy backline.
Oh my god.
Oh,
he was
perfect.
Pixels away from getting EMP'd there.
Yeah.
And then it was just John kind of running it down. Yeah, what a defense. When was the last time we saw a full hold like that? Like,
yeah, no ticks. It's a big deal.
It feels like an age since we've seen that.
Yeah, jeez. I mean, this is Justice feeling the limit right now. Like, I don't like this Queen comp. You know, I think it's very forced. Even if you win A, you're going to be swapping. Is it really that reliable on A? Maybe it's like FD God. He's like a Lucio player. You know, you want to put him on the Lucio. But I think some of Justice's weaknesses are showing right here. They have some specialist players, Mirror on the Queen, FD God on the Lucio, who are good at what they do, but that's not the meta.
Yeah, it's not meta. Well, maybe they can play more to their strengths now as we go on to Shambali Monastery. Remember, it is Washington Justice's map choice. I want to see if Florida defend first again. See if they can make it a back-to-back. No points on the board. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute. Are the Washington Justice gonna get a point? That was a full hold from the Mayhem. Not even a single tick was allotted their way in Hollywood, and they didn't get a point on control either. We're going to Shambali Monastery, and we just got word that Florida are defending. So there could be a possibility. Yeah, there could be a possibility that Justice don't cap a point in the series.
It's starting to look rough. I mean, Florida, they showed a bit of weakness, I think, on that offense. Hollywood not cleaning it up nearly as dominantly as you would expect, given how the series has gone, how Hollywood went in particular. But Justice have to be reeling from that. Sure, they're taking it to a map where they can play a rush comp, force a big change in the comps that we're seeing here. Could be enough of a shakeup to take Florida, off their roll and maybe get a map out. But you're still going to a push and a Koth after this that Florida can always be picking dive-centric maps that they've been just dominating you on that comp, right? Justice has been looking for the weird cheeses. They haven't worked. So Florida going to take control of this series, and it's going to be up to Justice, I think, beyond the comp swap. They have to level up their gameplay. They have to take the aggression up and find value out of it. I mean, they're trying to run it down, but Florida's too clean. They're too sharp. They're punishing your flankers. They're punishing your backline. I'm not seeing a way back into the series for Justice. It starts here, though, right? Let's get one on the board. That's what you got to be saying as Justice.
Yeah. Still got to get ahead in the game.
Let's get 1 point on the board.
Keep it. Yeah, exactly. Let's get a checkpoint on the board. Thoughts on that? I mean,
yeah, good call. Good call.
Yeah.
I like that strat.
Yeah, it's good. Mayhem. No more Winston. It's just going to be the forward hold with the Ram. That's what we've seen popularized. I think this is going to be the going forward strat, I think, for this map. It's like Havana, where you always just hold that forward point on the payload near the spawn doors. You might as well get a couple of free fights before that first point.
Yeah, and we'll see if it's enough here. It's going to be all in these Hanzos. Merit, let's see if he does a little bit better job in this comp. A little bit more of a stable comp for Hanzo. More flexibility, just take your shots. And Merit taking big poke already.
Big damage. Dessert. But I mean, the longer Mayhem can sort this out, they don't necessarily need kills, although it would be nice. Just time off of the bank is what they need right now. Oh, what a shot to Chorong. Took a little bit of damage, then a Storm Arrow to the head. Nice Sonic Arrow, and there's the kills. Okay, all good, but you take that. Oh, what? 30, 35 seconds, 40 seconds off the board, so all good.
Flora's rather, Hanzo has been a savior for this team on this comp. I think this is his best hero. It looks like that so far in the season. The Hanzo on this comp is where he really shines. He's a fine Sombra, when they're playing the dive comp, but this is where we need to see Flora take over for his buddy Alfie. Alfie's just on the May, more of a utility DPS. He does his job, he does it well, but he's not going to be able to pop off and carry you. Maybe with a crazy wall from the flank, but hard for me to imagine this working that well, honestly. Okay,
they didn't know Alfie was there that whole time. Wall comes up, traps Checkmate behind it, pops the Ice Cube to keep himself safe. And now just the Rams crossing their arms as they're in Nemesis form, as Florida Mayhem back their way up to this corner.
Yeah, Drone does get forced out from RuPaul, so you're going to be a little bit worried. Window as well. If Justice can survive this, just slip away, they're going to be feeling really good.
He's good, 40 HP. And there's the sound barrier from FD God. They're really just piling on that pressure, walking through that window. RuPaul manages to escape, but his buddy, Chorong, does not quite make it up onto that high ground. Nice first push, Justice! Let's go! They got 1 point on the board this series. That's what it takes, Jake, just at 1 point.
Yeah, great job by them in this comp. Bending but not breaking. Forcing utility, forcing skills, countering really dominantly with the beat. And by the way, I think I had that beat 35% before Chorong. I mean, that's a huge lead. Getting better healums, better spam throughout the map so far. Although Florida, there's a chance here for them to slow things down. Without the beat, it's going to be much harder for Justice to continue to advance.
FD got just leapt to the back line, was so low. Didn't matter, he had
just opening kills for Flora.
Yeah, I guess so. Blizzard on Mirror, just Mirror, in fact. I mean, Checkmate's going to get lammed. Same with RuPaul. Beautiful 180 wall there to help himself and his Batiste. That very aggressive Blizzard ends up working out for them, at least for the time being, as Checkmate on the flank pops the Ice Cube. And, well, Justice, they're in a between a rock and a hard place, or a rock and Checkmate's endothermic blast.
Checkmate played so well this fight, starting off with that mail. It looked like a pretty desperate fight, but he sees the way to clutch and he goes for it. This is big value for Florida, because now Justice, they're gonna have to walk up under all this pressuring fire from Merit, from Checkmate. If you get poked down here, it feels so terrible. So I think Justice, you gotta watch your head at this moment. Another potential rush coming in. Sure, Ymir has the Annihilation, but a beat rush could still pick off backliners.
Could indeed. This second point is painful to ascend. Oh my god. I mean, Checkmate's just kind of lining up for a wall right now. Sonic Arrow's revealing a nice little bit of information. They know Justice aren't going to go for a big flank or anything, or at least not for the time being. Although, speaking of which, Alfie's very far up, actually forces Checkmate into his ice block. He still has a wall available to him, and I mean, this is surely a kill onto Alpha Yi, of anything. Oh, Checkmate's trapped now. Oh, not good. And then Lamp comes in from the Justice just in time. Teru manages to save and picks himself up a nice little triple kill on the back of that too. Saves Alpha Yi, who was on just what looked to be a disastrous flank.
Well, it's a great play. I think, honestly, it's a mistake from Florida to over-focus that Mei. I mean, he's got big utility to keep himself alive, and while everyone's looking at the Mei, the rest of the team just runs it down mid because Checkmate, he's busy. He's paying attention to arguably what he shouldn't be. He's got to be looking for that wall in the main group, and Justice, knowing that the focus is elsewhere, they capitalize. This comp change is looking really good for them.
There's the beat rush again. Blizzard in defense. There's Mirrors on the wrong side of it. Annihilation Pop 2 went straight to the backline to try and clear some Florida Mayhem members up, but weren't able to do so. Later, Blizzard, someone's trapped, and the Washington Justice kind of steamrolling through this second point. 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the time bank now, pushing on to third point.
Yeah, Mirror, he does force a heavy response onto him in terms of all the cooldowns that come out, and then the point flip comes in. Florida fighting for nothing here. The card's already moving, 330 pushing last. You're feeling really good about this if you're the Justice. This is a great attack so far. Might be enough to turn the momentum in the series.
Comeback starts now. Not really much of a Z9. Your Ram died. Come on now.
Yeah, honestly though, with Florida, I mean, Florida's players lived a long time. They probably should have touched that card a little bit earlier. I would call that a little bit of a Z9. You might not have won it, but you could have fought it.
A mini one. I like it. All right, Dragon Star is going to be tough to use here. More maybe just to split some people up in a team fight. So Alpha Yi randomly tags RuPaul with a headshot with the help of his Hanzo. Dragon Strike's pretty decent. A wall up to try and save Alpha Yi and Mirror, but Alpha Yi still goes down. What a beautiful Dragons.
Yeah, great play from Merit, catching the enemy, just trying to take a moment of respite in the corner, and the Dragons clear it out. That's a great use of the ultimate, slowing things down. Although Justice, they're not too worried about losing their Mei. They're still poking, they're still prodding, not losing too much value from that pick. Florida, they don't want to go too aggressive here. They're kind of waiting on RuPaul to get that nano.
Dragon Strike, how effective it's going to be? Not so much. As soon as they hear that voice line come out, it's a speed boost and an annihilation. Good hold right now from Florida Mayhem. Someone is just in the corner taking negative damage. Yeah, that is a crazy ability.
That is so nice, that play. You know, dive to the back line, pick off the very far backliner in the Batiste, and then
the corner.
sit there and block. Like, what's up, guys?
And they don't have a sleep to kind of count this
no
count
stuns
the block
at all.
or anything like that.
You can't really do anything about that Ramatra block when he's in the corner. You know, like, it's a strong play. Great awareness from someone finding the tempo. And now it's going to be up to Alfie finding some kind of value of this Blizzard. Maybe Tero's window can open things up. But big nade.
Big nade.
Forcing instantly to Lamp. Tero's still very low.
There's a wall to trap someone. He can't hold his arms up anymore. Another beautiful wall by Alpha Yi. Sound barrier from FD God. Hits 4, but Teru's already dead. Florida Mayhem are going to respond with a beat of their own as Checkmate ends up going down. It's a bit of a scrappy fight on the point, but the spawn positions for the Mayhem are so close that it's going to be tough for the Washington Justice to really capitalize on this. They might get a couple of extra meters here though, Jake, with Annihilation on the board, but Flora finding a late pick.
And Batiste is almost back, so Mirror with this Annihilation, it's going to be tough to deal with him. Sure, you've got that nano onto someone, but he's got to find kills. He's got to somehow connect to the backline. But look at Tero's position. He's so safe right now.
The Dragon Strike, there's the Annihilation, and it just splits everybody up. As speed boost Annihilation is going to last for almost an infinite amount of time on the point now. There's the nano, Jake, and it applied to someone, but Checkmate was isolated. Good wall from Alpha Yi, helps secure the kill, and now Mirror could just reset, go into another Nemesis form and run in the backline. RuPaul is in trouble, but a good boot from Chorong opens it up. An Annihilation from someone is good. Teru, FD God dead. They're holding fast. 30 seconds to go now for the Justice to cap this third point.
That was beautifully played by the Florida Mayhem, saving the nano so late into the Annihilation. Mirror thinks he can get a little bit more, but then the nano keeps someone up for so long. And Chorong switching over to the Batiste. I love this play. This is great because Alfie coming up on the Blizzard, that's what they're worried about. Now you've got that drone, that extra survivability. You wouldn't be able to charge a beat on the Lucio, but you're on last. You're never pushing in. You're just going to have that extra opportunity to potentially save somebody from that Blizzard.
Yeah, that Blizzard's coming up in a couple of percent. Floor trying to click ahead. Oh, but he can't quite get it. Hits a body shot onto Merit, but that's just about it. Overtime's here. Sonic Arrow revealing a couple of people who can maybe shoot, but now he's even getting checked by Checkmate. He's still shooting, he's still doing damage, forcing the Mayhem players to kind of back up a little bit, but Terror puts the window on the high ground and just isolates Merit and kills him. The Blizzard does separate someone from the payload, and he's going so low. The Batiste is good for the lamp for Jake, but it's not really going to be enough. With someone and Checkmate already dead, this is going to be a completion in OT. Mayhem, good job at whittling down that time bank there. 3 minutes and 40 seconds going into third, but still a completion on Shambali Monastery is rare at this point.
Yeah, you're happy with this as a Washington Justice. You're certainly happy getting it over the edge there. It seemed like maybe they would stall out on last, but they had that big ultimate advantage going into the final fight. So even though I like the heads up BAP swap from Chorong, better hero when you're just not going to get the ultimate at all in the round, but doesn't end up being quite enough. Still, just picks coming in, the Dragon forcing everyone out of cover. Then you've got the window from Teru, and then, I mean, it's so hard on Florida Mayhem trying to stay alive against that. I'm thinking back, though, to a lot of outplays in this round, like Alfie, when they were having trouble on second, he pulled so much aggro, taking that flank position on May, really opened things up for his team. Justice, they look really strong in this comp. They know how to play it, not just when it's in a comfortable scenario, but also when it's uncomfortable, when it's difficult. They know how to mix things up and break open these defensive holds. We'll see if Florida Mayhem can match that, because Shambali, we talked about it, it's a difficult map to attack.
Difficult map to attack, difficult map to finish. I mean, this is the play here, right?
Like, you've got two players fully looking at you, and then you trap the May in the room.
Oh, the boot.
Oh, was it an AJ? Tell me it's not an AJ.
Oh. The Ajax from the window. Oh my. That was a nice boot from FD God. You expect that from a Lucio player? Just know when Lucio's going to go for that beat, and the little Ajax there for Chorong.
Both teams, one AJ on the board. Who's gonna lead the AJ counter in this series? Could be anybody. Chorong wants revenge for that one, that's for sure.
All right, another forward hold there.
Stop the payload.
Yes, standard 3-fight.
Superior one. Yeah. It's all on the Hunters.
But on the defense, if you start winning fights here, it's so demoralizing for the attackers.
Hey, if I'm Mayhem right now, it's like, I got maps to give. I got maps to give. I got two.
But you don't want to make it easy. You just want to end this series right here.
For sure.
You don't want to get in that mindset to like, oh, it's fine, guys. No, it's like, make that fight for every inch. That's what you've got to be as Florida Mayhem right here, because Justice could very well come back.
Oh, what a headshot. Nice. All right, there's the opening that you needed. You trade it. It's all good, though.
You did your job, Merritt. We're not going to protect you anymore.
I got my one. It's all good. Not a free ult charge, though, for FD God, mind you. They are living. They do need to kill them. They are getting wiped slowly. Okay, there you go. Another nemesis from someone. Pretty hard to miss those punches. And Mirror is finally dead, but FD God gets a beat off of that.
That's 1 minute off the clock. Like, Justice, you take those. I think that's an above average spawn hold, even though Merritt got an instant opening pick. The cleanup took forever. It was kind of weirdly lacking. Couldn't get the focus fire to take down that second kill. Really shut down Washington Justice synergy. And FD God did a great job, just constantly hitting throughout that fight. He's got a big lead on the beat. We'll see if Justice, they might want to get aggressive here.
I mean, I think Justice have been more than happy to just push the aggression up to 100, especially when they have a sound barrier advantage. We'll see if FD God just wants to run in again with sound barrier. It doesn't look like it right now. Just a more of a defensive hold. There's the beat. Oh, but it doesn't catch out beat before he goes down to the window. Sound barrier only connecting with 4. There's the annihilation from someone. It's just ripping and tearing the backline. However, that health pack is doing a lot of work actually for the Justice, keeping Teru alive. However, with the backing off of the rest of the Justice, it did leave Mirror isolated on the payload. They will get it going, but I mean, again, another nice fight from the Justice there. They only use one ult, they are able to stall for longer, and they can reset.
Yeah, the damage from the window coming out way too fast for FD God's beat is kind of tough for Alfie to get bursted like that. Now you're on the retake. You have good ults to work with. This team fight critical for the outcome of the map. Florida, you really want to win this one.
Annihilation, there's the beat, catches 5. Alfie's on the point though, in trouble. Looks like Checkmate was just kind of hanging around the right-hand little cave there. FD God is trying to check him. Dragon Strike on the point, but that's about it. It's only FD God juggling at this point right now. He do be dancing, but the shoes have fallen off. Teru, Flora, they're all dead, and the point has been unlocked.
That's great awareness from Checkmate, solo blizzarding Alfie when he's in the ice block, because it's not possible as May to come out of that block and use your own ult. You're going to get stunned out of it. So they know Alfie has that blizzard. They know it's a crucial ult, and so they expend heavily to deny him getting it out. Gets them the cap, and now Alfie, I mean, he wishes he got a chance to use that blizzard last fight. He wishes they could have gone for the first hold. it might be valuable here again, but I mean, it's just not the cycle you want to be in as a Washington Justice.
Drop down speed Blizzard, or maybe go main speed Blizzard.
It's just hard. Like, you don't want to be running in here on attack, but you kind of have to. You really want to use this Blizzard.
Yeah. Right. Both Nemesis forms have been traded. Annihilation for someone is pretty soon. Again, just a ridiculous hold.
I think this is the right play from Alpha E. It just shows how rough it is not getting his Blizzard off in the last fight. You don't want to go aggressive here as the defense. You just want to hold this position. So Florida is free to kind of just charge up all their ultimates. They're happy to slow things down just a little bit here.
Yeah. Like Alpha E's awareness there, just keeping an eye on the flank. Yeah, because that'll happen. What a sonic arrow there from Flora. However, enough time for Mayhem to build up towards that Annihilation. They just run straight to the back line. Someone in Chong just running them down, and Alpha E with no ice block will be 2 kills, maybe even a third here for the Annihilation, or the Ramantra even. And Alpha E dying with the Blizzard is pretty rough, but they're chipping a lot of this time bank away, Jake.
Yeah, it's not that bad, but I love that play from the Florida Mayhem. Merritt goes in for that flank. He does get punished, but because Justice turned around for that, Florida, they weren't relying on just Merritt going alone, and oh no, they're going to catch Flora here. He's still caught in the flank.
I mean,
it's going to be a full
just going to lob the Blizzard. They're just going to yeet it into the backline, yeah. I mean, you might as well. You're going to get a free checkpoint on this, you'd imagine. Teru and Flora already dead. That shield didn't quite cover Teru. There was just a sliver where you could shoot arrows and projectiles through. So there you go. There is the cap on second. 3.5 minutes. A very familiar time bank already now. Nice kill on Checkmate. Shouldn't matter too much though. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit slowing down here, but that was such great awareness going in before the fight, just denying Justice the recontest. And they've got 5 ults, which is a great place to be, but with 3 minutes on the clock, you know, sitting on this huge bank doesn't necessarily feel the best. Like, same on first, right? You would have loved to actually fight for that checkpoint, get a chance at resetting the enemy from a far spawn.
Soundbar is available for both squads, but Justice have 5 ults. 5 whole ultimates. Free range.
Sometimes it's hard here, right? It's easy to overall in this situation with the Justice. It's easy to just panic and pop multiple ults. You've got to be very clean about popping them one at a time. It's just window for Dragon. Close fight.
Yeah, both Dragons have been used.
But, I mean, that's a 2-for-1, right? Like, Florida, like, they're trading down. That's what they want to do.
Good value trades. Ooh, he's trying. There's the Blizzard from Alpha. He is pretty low, but someone again has been caught. A nicely timed sound barrier from the Mayhem. They're just going to be able to run this one down now, you'd imagine. A sound barrier, however, from the Justice. A later one, in fact. And the Florida Mayhem, I think they've run out of wares to sell right now. I mean, they've got this Annihilation, but that's about it. It's both Romanchers looking at each other. This ticking damages has to kill someone at some point. Eventually, Alpha E is dead, and Mira is trying his darndest to kill someone who eventually is slain, but it took so long. 2 minutes for the Mayhem to finish this final fight.
And we're just like 90 seconds after the second point cap. Justice, they've used all 5 ults. Sure, they're coming up on the next Amplification Matrix, could help them out in this fight, but Checkmate has a Blizzard. That's a really strong team fight ultimate. Mirror, he's got to be so cautious to not get caught out here by an Ice Wall. It's going to be really rough for Justice to go aggressive. Flora, this is a big moment to find an opening pick, because this is Florida's tempo. You really want to pick to stifle that.
Yeah, you messed with it. You'd think it would be an OT finish for the Florida Mayhem. Or report, I mean, that was, I would not do that in front of Flora, that is for sure. Ice block already forced, Checkmate. A bit more vulnerable now, can't really go for this kind of jump in Blizzard, hit yourself into the ice block. Even uses the wall, so Florida Mayhem very tempered in their aggression right now as the window comes out from Teru, and with Checkmate dead, Mayhem have to go again now. There is a good kill onto Flora, but Jake, the spawn positions are way too close and they've lost their key ultimate to win the fight.
Yeah, that was a little opportunity for tempo, but the poke was too good from Justice. Again, that slow fallback as Florida's pushing in, poking them so effectively that they just can't find an opening to go in, right? As you said, Checkmate, he's using his cooldowns one after the other just to stay alive through the spam. And so now, Justice, they bridged the gap. That was the hard fight where they were down at ultimates. This is going to be another high ultimate fight. It's just a question of who can team fight better, who can get those resources out early.
So Checkmate, someone are stepping up. There's the Blizzard. The wall is good, but the Dragon Strike is going to help cover for someone. He's still alive somehow. Mirror's in the back line, though. He was just wailing away at him, and the Annihilation is just going to tear through that overhealth. I mean, the Florida Mayhem, they're on their last limbs with 15 seconds to go. Checkmate has managed to make it out alive. Same with Chorong, who's on the side. He needs to be able to get out and get that retouch.
So scrappy
He's off the map.
Florida.
He's off the map completely. A beautiful shot from Flora. Takes his head clean off and just pins it to the backboard. Can Merit, someone, RuPaul, anybody touch? It looks like Checkmate is on the payload right now, forcing OT.
Can you really win this though? Florida, they're just so staggered. It's so awkward.
The Suzu
now it's time for
is good
Justice to
enough,
come
and
in.
yeah, the Justice. I mean, they've even got a window if they want to use it. The Annihilation is the only tool left in the bank for the Mayhem, but you're going to have to hold your arms up against that overwhelming amount of damage from the Amplification Matrix. And that should be about it. Chorong dead, and looks like a mini Hanzo 1v1 in the backline there. The turnaround starts now for the Justice as they take their map pick in Shambali Monastery.
That was what they had to do to keep themselves alive, but now they're facing a very difficult test. Florida, 2 potential map picks in a row, able to take it back to their comfort zone, right? Like, sure, Justice, you can win on this rush one-trick comp, great. But now, can you repeat that on push and control? 2 maps where, with the map pick, you know, you can make it really difficult for the enemy to play rush. Justice, they have to show that they can take this dive mirror if they want to punch their ticket to Korea.
Well, it's going to be a close one, that is for sure. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, pain. Only pain. Woo.
The reverse sweep starts now for the Justice, a 3-2 on Shambali Monastery. But we're going to the map pick of the Mayhem, and it's going to be Esperanza.
No surprise, Justice, you had your fun playing Ramatra. Now we're going back to the Winston map. And, I mean, this is a map Florida has looked really clean on before. This is a comp they know back to front. They're going to have no problems swapping it up, dealing with any kind of counter picks Justice bring out. This is the true test, I think, for players like Alfie, and particularly, I think, for the backline of the Washington Justice. They look great on the Batiste, on the Lucio, playing a rush comp, but do they look as good on the Brig and the Ana? Are they as strong? Because the dives are going to be coming in fast and furious from the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, they're going to need a double shift for sure to get back into this one, especially on a dive map. I mean, at the end of the day, you are in a situation you are 2 maps down, and like you said, Jake, just before we went to break, I mean, even if they take this one, it's another map choice for the Mayhem in that game number 5. Mayhem are close to potentially getting revenge against the Gladiators to book their tickets to the mid-season madness. It's rough stuff, man. It's rough stuff. It's interesting to see the Florida Mayhem this far down in the bracket, but you can see how they've, over the last couple of days at least, like shored up their game. They look so good on Hollywood, like a full hold, no ticks were given. At the very, maybe a little bit trolling with the hands, so, you know, they didn't end up winning it with the Sombra in the end, but their team is just clearly built from the ground up, built for success. I mean, every single player has had their standout moments this tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is going to be the hardest map for the Justice. I think it's a very straightforward map. It's about who's better at the game, who's better at comps that probably I don't see swapping very often, you know? And I think if they can bridge the gap here, find the way to get a win, maybe some huge hyper carry out of Alfie and Flora, maybe they can do it. And then once you can go to the COP, no matter what Florida pick, it's a much more cheesable map type. You know, you can maybe, there's most COPs, there's at least one map you can bring out the Rush, if not 2. You can run some more inventive stuff, maybe mirror on the Queen, the Doomfist, use some of that flexibility. This is the hard one. This is the one, personally, I just don't see anything else being viable other than Winston on this map. Yeah. This is a Winston Sombra Tracer map. This is the map where the strong teams, this is why it's map pick format, right? Like, we're gonna take you to Esperanza. If you can't win on Winston comp, you go home. And I think this is absolutely the right decision from the Florida Mayhem. This is the type of mindset that could potentially take them a long way in Seoul, Korea, if they can win this, if they can take down the Gladiators in that next series.
We're getting to map in just a moment. I believe we're just loading in. Just waiting for a few settings to be tweaked, I'd imagine, but yeah, all good. The Winston maps have just been so clean. I mean, someone his Primal Rage is just spectacular. I mean, there's been a lot of conversation who's the best Winston player in North America right now in the NA region. And like, Fearless is obviously up there, probably rank 1, right? But he's just been proving himself, I think, year after year at this point. Ever since he joined the league, he's been kind of a superstar, really. And I think people didn't really expect him to be that. It's like, okay, cool. Like, a really good player coming from contenders, how are they going to compete in the league? And he's just shot up there to be one of the best Winstons we have.
Yeah, really, I see 3 players like that on the Florida Mayhem. I think Merritt, someone, RuPaul, all came into the league. People were varying degrees of excited about them. They were sort of unknowns. They all had great opening seasons, and now they're together with Checkmate Chorong, players with a little bit more veterancy behind them. I mean, that's the foundation for a really great roster with a ton of potential, and we are going to see pretty straightforward mirror match here. See if Chorong ends up sticking to the Lucio or just speeds out and goes Brig. I wouldn't mind to see the Brig here. Yeah, I think this will be a straight up mirror. And for Mirror on the Washington Justice, I'm honestly a little worried. Like, his regular Winston gameplay is solid, but like you said, it's the Primal Rage where we separate like the elite Winstons from the players picking it up and doing their best on it. And so for Mirror, I think when his Primals come out, we're gonna need to see some magic from him. He's got to be threatening because Chorong and RuPaul don't make it easy on him.
It reminds me of the old meme, like the DPS Primal meme. It's like they echo copy Primal, and it's like, yeah, you're a DPS player.
HP. I will push the car.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my Primal. You got to do better than that. That's a bad standard. Oh, nice isolation.
Love to see that, RuPaul. Explora's not loving to see that at all. He's in an eternal slumber now. Nice start off for the Mayhem. And now they're just pushing their advantage on the high ground. Boy, it's been unlocked. No one touching it right now. I'd love to see a little bit of payload push and a little bit of someone not dying too. Ooh, had to burn the bubble there, which kind of sucks, but
yeah, slows his tempo a little bit.
All fine.
So far, not much happening. Even off the back of that Sombra pick, they had to turn so far back to shut down Flora. It didn't end up being that valuable for them. But the Ultra Charge is going to heavily favor Merritt. Going to have first EMP more than likely here.
You'd imagine so, especially with Flora going down that early. Nice hack on onto Alpha Yi. A lot of Tracers saving their double blink when they know there's a Sombra nearby. Dive in from someone. Terra was in trouble, but he had the backup. And Alpha Yi just turning tail and helping his teammate. Pulse bomb. As well as that nano coming up for the Washington Justice. FD God does go down, but yeah, Checkmate's going to follow him.
Yeah, now Mirror's left. This is a knockdown, drag-out brawl. Still both teams fighting, very scrappy. Both teams losing players, and honestly, losing that break could be pretty painful here. Definitely reduces your heal resources, makes you much more vulnerable to that dive. As someone, there is a nano boost on the cards here. Could be seeing this dive coming very soon.
Yeah, he is pretty low. Oh, nice nade by Rupal. Can he get away? Yes. Bit of a missed dive there by Mirror. Not sure if he was supposed to hit high ground, but he has got the nano applied to him, so he looked like he got pooped. EMP from Merit as Mirror's trying to find some sort of purchase here, but no, left the store empty-handed by the looks of it. EMP from Merit was just too clean. There was no backup there for the Justice to try and see through this fight.
Oh, nice bubble to save him.
Oh, what? He put down the shield there. The Kobe to tag onto FD God. It's the lead taken now for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah.
If they get more kills here, this would be a crazy stagger if they get Terror.
Oh, they're going to take
the sleep.
here.
Yeah, they got it.
Sleep is death now, I think, for Justice. And even Mirror might go down. No, okay. A little bit of conservative. But, oh, whoa!
Whoa, whoa.
I don't know about that.
EMP double bling straight into Chorong's death.
You get Chorong.
But Mirror's dead.
But that's not what you need. You need, like, to decisively reset the momentum. And now Florida, I mean, yeah, they're going to maybe soft reset, but they have ult. They might just go without their brig. You don't need that hero too badly to dive into the backline. It's pretty...
Oh, good stick, though, from Alpha Yi. Wow, this guy is just a menace. These sticks. Hasn't got recall. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's going to get primaled by someone. You don't see that every day. Someone with the primal rage on a Tracer. Mirror is going to at least kill Checkmate, I suppose, but again, these trades are kind of bad for the Justice, Jake. Merit has EMP in 20%.
Yeah, and Merit spending that whole time pushing the car little by little. One more fight for Florida and they could get that checkpoint online. And I mean, that was, again, these fights extremely scrappy. I think Justice, they're kind of happy with this. It enables their DPS to be big difference makers when it's not just like a cross dive situation. But they need to do better than this. So far, it's not enough to actually swing the momentum, and big ults. Now Nano coming in on someone.
Yeah, Nano on someone. Mirror trying to look for him. EMP's good. However, can they chew through this rally armor? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. I think someone decided to just kind of leave, just flirted with the idea of getting in their faces, but that EMP, 0 people. That managed to take down.
It's a good trade for Justice.
Oh, Mirror jumps out with the Nano naded as well, and he ends up going down mid-air. Oh, it's disaster. I mean, Justice looking like they're crumbling. These ults are just not on the same page. The Florida Mayhem is going to be able to steamroll this now. This will be first checkpoint, for sure.
Yeah, and these late picks as well. I think they might make even further progress after Bot takes a second to scratch his butt. Or maybe he can stall for like half a second and TP out here. He does have this EMP almost available. This could help him a little bit. But again, just a checkpoint here would be so big for Florida.
Yeah, they got it.
You've got to have a good EMP. This is the EMP to redeem yourself with Florida. You have to turn the momentum around here. If Florida win one more fight, we just enter this territory where the map becomes very, very difficult to turn around. And you have to play so clean when you fall behind like that. But he's in position. He snuck through very effectively. Oh, and
he got Transicated too.
But his TP, both TPs were fouled.
Both TPs down. Oh no, he's just getting smacked. Oh, lights clean out.
Merit returns the favor.
Nice stuff. All right, Chorong. Good heads up play there from Chorong, just chasing that kill down. Pulse bomb from Alpha Yi.
This guy is single-handedly keeping them in.
He is.
Like, without him, this series is over already, I think.
Solo carry, solo carry. They're going to reset, but they've still got checkpoint, Jake, in 75 meters.
Yeah, it might not be enough. Individual heroics. Oh my god, he just caught sleeping there a little bit.
Caught lack.
And Florida, they don't let off the pressure. Even when they lose players, they still fight for map control. They're not afraid to sort of challenge 4v5 and slow things down for the Justice. Their spawners are already going to be back. And again, this EMP for Florida, it has to be crucial. He's not anywhere near ready to use it. Florida, they're just happy to run down the clock right now.
They really are. He was just setting up his Transicator, I think. So now he's on that high ground. He's set up now. EMP come out any moment. There it is, straight onto Chorong. But look at those health bars. They didn't drop below 50%. A nano boost onto Chorong, a whip shot onto Mirror, so he's nowhere to be found in that fight. Just a Herculean attempt there to redeem himself, but Flora falls flat.
so crucial that Chorong hits that boop. Not really about separating the damage, but oh, and this okay, this dive is bad.
Chorong really is the $1 million man.
Yeah, but getting that boot before the EMP comes in means you get that heal proc at the crucial moment. You and your Ana are just going to have much more HP to work with, and oh no, they're getting chased down. Oh, Taro does catch out Checkmate, who misses the pulse. There could be some kind of opening as Flora goes to the Ash. What are you doing, Flora?
Well, FT God's going to rally. They end up popping their own. There's the EMP from Merit. It does hit 3. FT God's antied and rallying, but he still has that armor they need to get through. Can they, and do they have enough damage? A rare missed pulse bomb there from Alpha Yi, but FD God was chased down. And with Merit also super low, I mean, Teru's in a decent spot for him to be dived. And look at that, instantly someone sees him, jumps on him. There's no backup here, as FD God was already dead. Alpha Yi has been slain, and well, we've got an Axe on the field now from Flora, but even he's been poked out. The superior sniper in RuPaul on the Ana, 90 meters and counting.
This Ash pick is terrible. Oh, even if it works out and you get some kills, you're so far behind. You need to win fights cleanly, and introducing one more hero to your comp that is vulnerable to being dove and traded. Even if you're winning fights, you have to keep your whole team alive, and Ash makes that so difficult to do. I mean, this is Justice crumbling at the seams. I just don't see them coming back with this comp. I think it's a terrible error.
Well, there's the dive. Lucky Teru got a nade off, but unluckily, there's the amount of damage that Mayhem can put out is just gigantic. 100 meters plus. Mira is dead. This Ash, Jake, maybe it gets a Bob here, but even Bob, I don't think, can save the Washington Justice at this point. I mean, they're making their final push right now.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, Florida doesn't need to full cap this. There's no real reason to do that. They might go for it just because they're feeling confident, and why not? I mean, your lead is truly enormous. You have a lot of progress to kind of play with here. It's just so difficult for Justice. Like, sure, you can sit back. Ash gets one, but like, now you have to win the fight without anybody dying. That's the challenge for Justice. If you lose a player, it's really rough. Flora already low.
A Grandmaster level challenge. Oh, checkmate getting checked. Just a normal check though, no checkmate. Oh, look, someone to the right.
Great save by
oh
someone
my
there.
god, you see him B-hop there? Call him Mario. Well, there's the Bob. He's kind of chilling, but he's not doing much. It was in the small room, and I think they're just using it to proc the Inspire. I think it's actually helping them more than it's hindering them right now with that rally. 3 ults to go. Merit setting up with an EMP, and it's going to be massive. Teru instantly descended upon. There is backup there in the form of FD God. They do kill Teru, but is this enough? FD God dies with this rally up. He hits the rally to try and save the fight and just dies with it. 1 minute to go for the Justice. Jake, they're looking at winning maybe 10 fights in a row to come back into this one. This will be the comeback of the century if they manage this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Ash, though. This is like the best case scenario for Ash. She is finding kills, she is finding value, but her teammates just can never stay alive because you're introducing one more hero that needs care. Going back to the summer, I think is a good choice, but I think this Ash coming out was a mistake at all. And now, as you said, we're going to be in an overtime situation. Justice, they have no margin for error whatsoever. This is like a 99-1 advantage. Mayhem about to go to that next match.
Good sleep by RuPaul. He does get woken up, but I think Mira thinking about better things right now than diving that back line. Doesn't really want to mess with them too much. Nano boost onto someone, and FD God's already dead. Nano boost onto Mira. It's just going to be Nano Winston's all over the place. They do end up trading, but it's not going to be good enough. The Washington Justice, they're just getting torn apart. The overtime is going to tick down, and someone just juggles Mira into another universe as the Mayhem now get their chance for revenge against the Gladiators in the knockout finals.
Impressive performance from the Florida Mayhem. We heard from insiders on the team that, okay, that first opening match against the Gladiators, it was a mistake. They slipped up. They were off their game. And I'm a player, talent who's quick to throw that out. I'm like, I don't believe you. You threw your match. You got 3-0'd. They're a better team. But performances like this make me start to believe. And I think if you're the Gladiators, after getting rocked 3-0 by Boston Uprising, you're feeling a little bit scared for a rematch that was so easy last time. Maybe too easy.
Yeah, a little 3-0 from the Gladiators earlier on in the knockouts. We'll see if Florida Mayhem can enact their revenge. I mean, the Justice do end up going down here, but they made it a fair way in the knockouts. Pretty good plays all around. I mean, Alpha Yi also had a stellar game. I mean, he was landing some insane
he did what he
bombs.
could. Like,
he was
cannot
keeping them in
criticize Alpha
this.
Yi.
Yeah.
I think it's just a question where, you know, it's just the relative strength of these teams. I think Justice they should be proud of coming this far. I think they've done really well for what their expectations were as a team. We could see them, you know, retooling, maybe in a more of like a rush focus meta. They can play it all the time. Maybe playoffs look better for them. But now their journey ends here, and it's Florida still trying to fight for that ticket to Korea.
Yeah, Florida, an uncharacteristic loss against the Gladiators. But let's have a look at our player of the match before the desk could take it away and break that one down. Today, it's going to be Checkmate.
He was so clean. I mean, that opening pulse on the first map. Oh, now here we're going to see it, I bet.
Oh, yeah, on the Tracer.
I mean, this is one of those things that just, it sets a tone on Tracer. It sets a tone. It let him know. All right, I'll just stick you. Use recall, I'll just stick you. You know, it's like very rare play, but Checkmate was so on point this series. A lot of people, I think, have criticized Checkmate as like, okay, he's not really in that like elite category of Tracers. But I just think of Checkmate as a player as he's that ultra flexible player. You know, it's when you go to the Mei, the Reaper, these like brawl heroes, where I think he looks at his best. He can bring out the Echo. Oh, but his Tracer is solid.
Look at that attach rate.
Oh my. I mean,
75% attach rate in 22 minutes.
And this is what you want from your Tracer in the current meta. It's the pulse bombs. It's not really the, you know, sure, dominating the Tracer 1v1 is impactful, but usually just one Brig Pack is going to turn that around anyway. It's the pulse bombs that make the huge difference. Those are that opening picks that just deny some crucial utility from the enemy team. And Checkmate was providing that in spades. 75% is a ridiculous attach rate. This match was a beatdown, largely because of that.
Ridiculous.
That's
inhuman levels of attach rate.
That's
in
no
22 minutes of that match time, he gets that, and then he's nearing like 3 pulse bomb kills as well per 10, like really low deaths. You kind of expect that from a Tracer, but just a freak of beast, honestly, on that pick. And you want to replicate that in your next match against the Gladiators.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a tougher test. I think this time the Gladiators more of an all-around roster. Maybe the support line, I think, on the Gladiators a little bit more difficult to deal with, which I think is the most important factor when it comes to your success on Tracer. How strong are those enemy supports? How difficult are they to stick? How good is that Brig really at shielding you, at marking you? Yeah. And I think Gladiators will be no slouches on that front. And even though it may have been a slip-up, it was a 3-0 last time. So Gladiators shouldn't be worried about this matchup. I think we could see a great matchup.
Yeah, they definitely got tripped up. A lot of that was like on Kai, on Hollywood. They were already unable to take down that Ashe. I wonder if they've kind of reviewed that game just a little bit. I'm sure Gumba is in the back room somehow, watching VODs at 10x speed, getting all the information, and then just piling it onto their players so they know how to play. I mean, there will be a swift break here as well, or not swift. It'll be a little bit of an elongated break here just before we get into this last game. The Gladiators versus the Mayhem. After this, we'll see in a bit.
Florida drops the Justice out of the bracket. And speaking of drops, by watching the Contenders Spring Series Finals, which are starting on June the 9th, which is very soon. So check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for more information on everything you need to know. That Genji skin.
Yeah, looks good.
So good.
Slick.
So slick. And it's green.
Clean.
Yeah.
Green and clean.
Almost worthy of replacing the mythic skin.
Oh, that's
know about
a
that.
hot take if I've ever heard one, honestly. I think our predictions for the first one.
Yeah, we're
that's
right.
First, aged really well. We did give the Justice one map each, and that is exactly what they got in the end. Mayhem continued to look very dominant. Again, such a different look from the Mayhem than what we saw on the very first day. Then again, that must have been the weird exception. It must have been a very off day. Like what?
I can't explain what happened against the Gladiators.
I don't think they can either.
Yeah.
No, someone did say that it was them like sort of being nervous, right? And also.
No, that's not. I'm not buying that someone.
Well, I mean,
off
they
days.
had two matches after their loss, after their 3-0 loss against Gladiators, and they
But
are proving
nervous
themselves to be, they're not.
nervous.
It was just like a one-off kind of thing,
You
it's
just fumble. Like you can just have an off day, but you don't need to like. Don't give me the nervous BS. I'm not buying that one.
We sucked today. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, literally. Sometimes
today they
you
were
win some,
amazing.
you lose some, and they lost some, and now they're winning some. So let's talk about how they got it done. Let's talk about the bright spots in this very match for both sides, honestly. So.
I mean, this just
stood
looked
out.
like a cohesive beatdown by
Love
the Florida
that.
Mayhem. I mean, they just came straight off the bat, just dominated the Washington Justice. And I thought it would be a little bit closer. Maybe Alpha E would show up on the Tracer and like give Checkmate a run for his money. But all three maps were just pretty dominant. That Hollywood was just like pretty. Like it felt over. So now they get to play the Gladiators.
Yeah.
True.
And not only
Yeah,
that, like,
rematch.
what was it? What was Checkmate's pulse bomb attachment?
75%.
75%.
That's ridiculous. It's like literally that only happens
What is that
when
man
the
on
targets
today?
are not moving. But they did move. So
Right.
no, they're really stepping it up, and they have to because they do go up against the LA Gladiators again. It's going to be a rematch. I am very interested to hear what they have to say, not just about this series, but also, of course, about this match going forward. So, Danny, are you ready for a winner's interview?
I am ready.
Well, perfect.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Post-match interview, we got none other than the player of the match, Checkmate, from Florida Mayhem. Checkmate, congratulations on getting the win. I do feel like you guys came in very prepared, and you guys definitely looked unstoppable today against the Washington Justice. So, was there sort of a weakness that you guys saw in the Washington Justice that sort of helped you guys get the win today against them? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 제가 경기를 보는 내내 봤던 것 중에 되게 준비가 잘 됐다라는 프로드가 지금 워싱턴 상대로 좀 그런 생각이 많이 들었던 것 같아요. 좀 이제 워싱턴과의 경기를 위해서 좀 어떻게 준비를 했고 또 좀 특별한 약점 같은 게 좀 보였나요? 워싱턴에서?
워싱턴전은 솔직히 말해서 크게는 준비 안 했고요. 저희 글래디한테 져가지고 복수하기 위해 글래디전만 준비했습니다.
To be honest, against the Washington Justice, there wasn't a lot of preparation went into this match. We really wanted to shift our focus to the Gladiators because we lost to them before, and of course, we wanted that revenge against them. So we focused a lot into our next match, or the match that is coming up against the Gladiators. Talking about Gladiators, I think that's going to be my final question. I want to keep this short because you guys do have another match. Your final match before your ticket to Korea is going to be against the Los Angeles Gladiators. What are you going? I guess what is Florida Mayhem going to do differently this time around? Because, like you mentioned, this is sort of a rematch, and I know you guys want that revenge. So, what can the Florida Mayhem do differently to get that revenge and go to Korea? 자, 마지막 질문으로 이번엔 좀 인터뷰를 짧게 마치려고 합니다. 자, 가시기 전에 이제 조금 있다가 있을 글래디전에서 이번에 방금 말씀하셨다시피 리매치이기도 하고 복수전이라고 말씀하셨는데 이번에 좀 어떻게 해야 플로리다가 글래디를 이길 수 있을까요?
저희가 졌을 때는 좀 수비적으로 해가지고 상대 템포에 많이 말렸었는데 원래 저희 스타일대로 공격적으로 하면 쉽게 이길 것 같아서 저희 스타일대로 준비했어요.
All right. So how we prepared was, last time that we played against the Gladiators, we lost because we were very defensive, and I think we couldn't bring the tempo to our side. So this time around, we're going to be, do things that we are really good at. We're going to be a lot more proactive. We're going to go very aggressive, and that is our play style, and that's how we have prepared for the Gladiators match. All right, that is it for the interview. Congratulations on getting the win, and also good luck in your next match. 자, 다음 경기 화이팅 하시면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, thank you so much, Danny. Back here on the desk. I love that. That's a good promise.
Yeah.
The aggressive Florida Mayhem is the Florida Mayhem we all love to see the most. It's that kind of aggression where you're always like, can I get away with it? Not always, but if they do, it's actually amazing to watch. So let's see if they can get it done against the LA Gladiators. But first, we're taking a quick break, and that gives us some time to just, digest everything that just happened, talk about the greatness that was on showcase here for the Florida Mayhem. Johnny, I believe you have a telestration for us to really highlight how cohesive of a beatdown this was.
Some analysis. Yeah.
Some analysis.
Look,
we love that.
Florida Mayhem. Even the fights they didn't actually win, I thought were mightily impressive. So I just wanted to showcase how smart I think the Florida Mayhem played, and this is one of those fights where I think they just had a plan, and the way they navigated around the Washington Justice was really impressive. So, where are we? Well, the Washington Justice, they have a lot of ults, guys. There's a lot of ultimates.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of ultimates. It's very hard to win a fight when you're playing as a team that has 5 ultimates. So what we're going to see the Florida Mayhem do is actually try to play around this. You can say that this is pretty much like the middle of the battlefield right here. And the Florida Mayhem, what they're going to do is actually split up sort of in an angle here to just try to work around these ultimates. So what ultimates are going to go? As we play this one out, what ultimates are we going to see first from the Washington Justice? Well, we're going to see the amplification matrix come out from Tiru, and also we're going to see the Dragon Strike come out. So we can pause right around here, and so you can see this is the amplification matrix right here. Now, Checkmate is going to use this May wall to break up the line of sight, so you don't actually get any value from this amplification matrix. You also see over here that Mirror is pushing in as the tank, and Merit is going to utilize the Dragon Strike to sort of cut off the battlefield. So now, even though Washington Justice have a huge ultimate advantage, you actually use the Dragon Strike to prevent the push from coming out from the Washington Justice. So you're buying yourself more time. Now we can continue playing this whole fight, and we can see that Washington Justice, well, you had 5 ultimates, now you only have 3. So we got the Blizzard left, we got the Annihilation left, and we can go ahead and pause right around here. And we can see that, okay, Merit, he's playing up here. Choron, he's not going to get Blizzard. He's on the wall. I don't know what he's roller skating. And then you have the rest of the team as well. Someone, Checkmate, can ice block, of course, and navigate around this as well. So as we play this one out, it's very difficult for Washington Justice to really get any value from their ultimates right around here. So 3 ultimates left in the bank. Here we go. This time it's RuPaul dropping his amplification matrix. We can pause right around here. The Blizzard comes out from the Washington Justice. Almost no value. Yes, someone is blocked up on the Ramatra, but the beat is going to come out as we play this one out. Choring is going to drop the sound barrier, keep his team alive. Incredible immortality field by RuPaul as well. And so suddenly, you mitigated 3 ultimates at this point. FD God, well, why not the sound barrier as well? Why not invest the sound barrier as well? Mirror finally pops the Annihilation, and this is where it falls apart. Merit goes down, and from here on out, someone narrowly kills Alfie with Checkmate, and it's a 4 versus 4. Maybe you can keep it going here. Someone goes down with the Annihilation. But Washington Justice, they had 5 ultimates, and Florida Mayhem got out all of them. Very expensive fight from the Washington Justice. Great execution by the Florida Mayhem, and that's why they're in this final matchup against the LA Gladiators to go to the mid-season matters. They're really smart with their movement, positioning, the way they approach these fights. So mad credibility to them.
Love that.
That's for Florida Mayhem, not for me. That's for Florida Mayhem. That's applause for them.
And for you too.
For you too.
Yay!
We love educational Overwatch. No, we really do though. It's so fantastic. Obviously, in the heat of the moment, it's hard to really appreciate.
That's a lot.
Catch on to. No, but this is what you're here for. That's why we're paying you the big bucks. Or the mediocre bucks, at least.
I can't take praise. I just can't take compliments, Zoe. I'm having a really hard time now.
I can tell. More of that. So obviously what I'm going to do now we know. Another compliment to throw out is to all the teams and whoever revamped their jerseys, because the new looks are very, very clean. There's a lot of drip, and you can get some right now in our shop. That's right, shop.overwatchleague.com. Revamped team jerseys, they're on sale right now. So make sure to grab yours. For example, a Gladiators jersey or maybe a Mayhem jersey to really cheer them on. They can feel that energy if you wear it.
The Vancouver Titans jersey has like a similar kind of vibe, like my painting. You know, mine has like a horse and stuff like that. It's a bit more graphic. The Vancouver Titans one, it still has like the mountains.
Yeah.
It has the gradient, you know, color
Very
scheme. Scenic, yeah, because Vancouver Titans, you know, it's a Yeti in the forest or something
True.
like that, right? So
also, what I love the most about the Titans logo or their color scheme is that I don't like it, but I love it. It's
What?
it's not.
No, that's
I know
it.
what you're saying.
It shouldn't work, but it
shouldn't
works.
work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Navy and green works.
It does, but it's like it. I don't.
Your pants was navy and green.
I know, and it was all for them. That was me cosplay. That was my closet cosplay for the Vancouver Titans. Alas, they're out, so why are we talking about them? Whoa. No, because we love them, of course, and we want to see them succeed. Maybe in the next go-around. For now, though, we focus on the knockouts. We focus on the two teams which are still in it to win it. It's one ticket on the line, one more match that these two teams have to, win. And then they will punch their ticket to Seoul, Korea. It's going to be a rematch, though, and we'll break it all down after this quick break. Welcome back, everyone. Watchpoint here with Zoe, with Danny, with Jake, and Jonathan.
Quick, before we move on, can you take out? I think one of the cards doesn't belong there.
Whoa.
Okay, Jake. All right.
Only the survivors get to live.
True. Nice. All right. More like it. All right. Let's move on.
That's right. I threw them. They're gone. They won't be back for a while. Sad time.
You know what? I support that. As much as I support bundles. And you too should support it because grab yours now. I mean, look at them. Look at them. You could get those beautiful support bundles for just 350 league tokens on sale until June 13th. They, of course, not only come with the beautiful skins, no, they also feature a team weapon charm.
Nice.
I love those. What charms do you have on your weapons?
Oh, I have the little, what is it called? Like the paper, the folded paper.
Oh, the origami?
Yeah, origami.
Yeah, those are pretty. I got the salt shaker.
I don't use one.
Really?
I don't use one.
Oh, does that,
I don't have them at the
miss
cards.
you at the end?
They blocked my view. Yo, it's gonna take my FPS.
They blocked my line of sight.
It's like a flex, right? Like I think I like to rock the default Reaper skin.
Oh,
The
you're
gold
that
guns.
guy.
You know,
The
like,
vanilla ones.
it's kind of a flex, right? You got like I don't use the skin. I'm
That
different.
is kind of true, yeah. There's
That
no,
is-
when I go into Reinhardt duels, there's no Reinhardt I fear more than the default Reinhardt skin.
Yeah,
And I'm
default
like,
color,
I'm like, that Reinhardt is good at the game.
he plays a lot.
I rock the Spark Reinhardt, and I have been ever since that skin came out. Because
Fair.
nothing better than a huge
It's a lot
bubble
of
gum
ping.
just going at you. Like, why not? Why not? Anyway.
Very eye-catching.
It really is. So are the two teams which are about to face off for a ticket to Seoul, Korea. So let's talk about them some more. Let's start with, I guess, the Florida Mayhem. We just got to watch them. They are looking dominant. We're going to ignore the first game against the Gladiators that happened here in the knockout bracket. We're just completely ignoring glance over the fact that they, I don't know, fumbled hard. Not just a little bit, like hard, actually. But ever since then, they looked completely different. They got their act together. They look cohesive. They look very, I don't know, very competent in every single team comp they showed us so far.
Yeah, this was a very different team than we saw against the Gladiators, making it look a little bit like it was just a slip up from them, you know, that like they, on the Florida Mayhem, just didn't play as well as they would like to. It was their slip up. It wasn't the Gladiators being this dominant, unbeatable team, but at the same time, it was a 3-0. And so for the Gladiators, no, there's no way the Gladiators are coming into this match feeling too scared. They're gonna play their game. I think we're gonna see both teams playing at a high level, both teams playing well. The key for Glads is that they need to just not let that brutal beatdown that Boston gave them affect them mentally. They need to be able to reset, which could be a tough task, but tons of veterans on the Glads. I don't think they're gonna be like too flummoxed by that.
If we're looking at the Gladiators here, are they going to be baited into a false sense of security after defeating the Mayhem in their first match 3-0?
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
if
you are,
I'm just trying to
I
start
think
off here,
they're
like,
gonna
with
lose.
something.
I think if you're the Gladiators, you're like, let's do it again. Like, I think you're really unhappy with your loss against the Boston Uprising yesterday. I think like you took that 3-0 personally. We're just like, we're going to use the Florida Mayhem as our like punching bag, and we're going to punch this ticket home. I will say though, we haven't seen the Gladiators actually like look good today. Whereas we're pretty confident in Florida Mayhem because like they came out, they looked phenomenal. The Gladiators, how are they going to look like today? They ended yesterday without Kevster in the lineup. Is that not a sign of weakness, or like how do we feel about the Gladiators going into this one? You know, as much as I love to rave about their players and how great they are, and you know they beat the Florida Mayhem 3-0, I feel like a sense of insecurity when I talk about the LA Gladiators because I don't know what version of the Gladiators we're getting.
Okay, I mean, you just mentioned him though, Kevster. I mean, taking Kevster out of the mix, that's obviously, if you're a Gladiators fan, you're going to be worried if you see that happening because Kevster, a very integral part of their success, especially if you're looking at this matchup here. Checkmate, Kevster, a Tracer duel, a great one in the making?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, you spoke about it on the cast as well when Checkmate got player of the match. The Checkmate, I still feel to a lot of people like Checkmate isn't up there with like best of the best Tracers. And if we look at the Tracer matchup on Friday, this is in the 3-0 for the Gladiators on Friday. Kevster getting the advantage when it comes to the funnel blows, almost like twice the post-bomb kills, math by the way, almost twice the post-bomb attach rate, math, and also half the death. So Kevster obviously had like a massive advantage on Friday, but Checkmate today, he is coming in with confidence in the Tracer matchup. And you mentioned it earlier, Jake. Like these tracer stats are
This
insane.
is disgusting. 75% is out of control. If I have to worry for something for the Florida Mayhem, it's like you can't do this again. Like there's no way you get 75 again. I mean, that would be unreal to do that twice in a row. And so for the Florida Mayhem, yes, they get a little bit of a break here to reset, but and maybe they have a little bit more momentum with like the best warm-up ever. We actually just played a whole match, and it was a 3-1. It wasn't like we got too tired out. But at the same time, Gladiators, if the series starts to go long and Gladiators is like fighting back in this is a very long day for the Florida Mayhem. That's the cost of dropping to the lower bracket, right? Like you can say, we slipped up, we won't let it happen again, but you're tired now, you're not, maybe in the beginning of the series you could come out really strong and get some momentum. But if Gladiators can just kind of hold the line, score a couple maps here and there, come to that fourth map, like I have to wonder, in Florida Mayhem, do they start to flag a little bit? Do they start to become a little bit less coordinated? They're human at the end of the day. It's a long day of Overwatch. Big challenge for them to be able to have the stamina.
Let's actually take a look at the mid-season bracket to see what the winner will be facing off against, or rather who the winner will be facing off against. It is the Hangzhou Spark. That is going to be the team to beat. Now, of course, if we're looking at both of our contestants here, let's start with the Florida Mayhem. How would the Mayhem fare against the Spark? You as a Spark super fan, you will be able to give us the most insight here, obviously.
I mean, I think the Hangzhou Spark are looking real scary. I really do. I think their Sombra Tracer composition is really
DPS
good.
is solid.
Their DPS is really
But have
solid.
they showed us anything but that?
They've showed us Hanzo Tracer.
That's still dive.
Still the same approach.
Sure, I mean, I think it's definitely the strength of the Hangzhou Spark to play the Sombra Tracer and Hanzo Tracer matchup, I think. So, if you're the Florida Mayhem, maybe you play into that, but I do think that the Western region, they have a big advantage when it comes to some of these maps, like Shambali Monastery, for example. We're playing like Romato compositions, playing May, like I'd probably, someone in the East is gonna get upset, but I'd favor like the Western May players for some of these squads, for example. Yaki's May on the Gladiators has actually been like really good, for example. And so Hangzhou Spark, they might come out with this Hanzo Tracer composition on King's Row, for example, and look really good on it. The question is like, will they be able to have an advantage every single map in the map pool throughout the series? Because otherwise you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to win every map. You really need to with the Winston and the Tracer and the Hanzo composition, where they are enabled.
And if we're looking at the Gladiators here, they also have been showing us a lot of compositional flexibility. Would that give them the upper hand going up against the Spark?
I do think that the issue for a lot of the teams in APAC is that there's some kind of like honor pact in APAC to just like we'll play like the high skill hero comps, which I can respect. They can refine them to an incredible degree and play them really well. But I think we do see the top teams in the West also refining those comps, also being very good at them. The difference is in the West, teams are way more like willing to cheese you. And although you can look at that as a weakness, I think in Overwatch, in the end, it's a strength, right? Like, think Boston winning Lighthouse by just going Ryan, TPing to the point over and over again. Strats like that, they're not fun to play against. They aren't flashy, and they look kind of dumb, honestly, but that wins you games. Like, that is Overwatch. If you come in with, like, you've got a weird pocket strat, the enemy just doesn't know how to play against it well, you just take maps from them. And it's not like you're a weak team. You just know that you have a better odds, put them on a comp. They have to play against something they've never seen before. You know exactly what they're gonna do. You just have an inherent strategic advantage there. And I think generally that's the historical issue recently in APAC is that the teams play like very homogenous compositions and they don't cheese each other that much. So when the cheeses come out and the NA teams are able to like get cooking, then things start to go wrong in a map pick format. That's where it's most deadly, right? As you said, that's where you take them to Shambali, you take them to Havana, you make them play a Rush Mirror that they just don't have the same level of experience in. And sure, the players are individually great, but as a team, they haven't experienced like what exactly you need to do, counter-picking, counter-stratting against these weird cheeses.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm all here for it. I'm here for those weird cheeses. Honestly, not a big fan of the honor pack. We like the madness. We like the chaos.
Exactly.
I love what the Hangzhou Spark are doing. Shy Leave? Are you kidding me?
I'm not saying they're not doing a great thing.
Don't sleep on Shy Leave. They're gonna come in, kick in and scream into the mid-season madness and tear some of these teams apart.
Yeah, but they don't play Bastion. Like,
you know what to expect from them. It's easier to prepare against the obvious versus...
Oh, easy to prepare against Shy and Leave. Yeah, let's leave the narrative at that. Yep,
that's what I said. Quote it. And then they're gonna go down in the first match. You watch this.
Good luck.
Yeah, but I'm not playing.
Good luck, Zoe. Good luck playing
They
against.
would need a lot of luck if I were playing in their lineup, honestly.
Have you heard about Zoe from
Ramatra? Honestly, have you heard about my Ramatra? One day I'm going to show you guys my Ramatra, and there's plenty of opportunities out there for me to actually do so. For example, we have the Calling All Heroes Major 2. Sign-ups are open. You know, someone out there needs a Ramatra. I am really good.
Why are you not? You're so confident in the green room. You can do it right now.
I mean, I'm like one of the best of the worst. I give myself that. Got to start.gg/calling all heroes. This is where you can sign up for it. And if you need a gold to plat Ramatra, hit me up. I'm your Omnic, I guess. For now.
What?
Well, Ramatra is an Omnic, is it not?
All right. Yeah.
I am Ramatra. You gotta be the. Anyway, we discussed that. I got very existential very quickly. For now, we're going to head into a quick break, and then afterwards, we're going to break down all the action. Stay tuned, actually.
Stay remote.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. This is Watchpoint. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Jake, by Jonathan, and we are about to get ready for this last and final match in the knockout stages here in the Western region. Mayhem will go up against the Gladiators. Let's take a look at the rosters here. Mayhem, we just got to witness quite the beatdown against the Washington Justice. They look good, they look cohesive, they look strong. And it's going to be a tough opponent this time around for the Gladiators, who did face off against the Mayhem earlier on in the knockouts in their first match. They defeated them 3-0. But that's not going to happen again. I'm pretty sure this time around is going to look like a very, very different match. I'm very interested to see the predictions for this one. I feel like we could be split on that one. I am all for recency bias, so I went with the Mayhem. They're the last team I saw. They look good, they look clean. I think they have a lot of depth in their roster, especially when it comes to the hero pools of the individual players. I think they can show us a lot more looks on a very high level than the Gladiators. Not saying that Gladiators don't have the flexibility, I know they do. I just feel like the Mayhem's players are better when it comes to flexing over.
I also went with the Florida Mayhem. I agree with everything that Zoe said. On top of that, I think they are riding on the momentum. I think that match against the Washington Justice was a good warm-up. I do agree with what Jake said before. If the matches go on, I think Gladiators are gonna get are gonna be in favor. But all you have to do, Mayhem, is just get it done and over with quick.
Easy.
Yeah, I think Florida Mayhem, they're going to be riding a high of momentum. As much as I want to cheer for the Gladiators, I'd be happy to see them qualify. I do think that after Gladiators took such a brutal beatdown from the Boston Uprising, it's kind of hard to predict them. I think, honestly, this is going to come down to dive, which Florida, they looked really solid today. That first match was weird. It was out of sorts. It was like, why is Florida, playing so sloppily? It's not what we expect from them. And I think I kind of do chalk it up to that unfortunate crumbling under pressure, but now they've shown that they can handle it. They've found their footing. I think they're going to win this series.
Did you? What? Of course I did. Gladiators beat Florida 3-0 just like 2 days ago, and here you three on the desk are with the freaking Florida Mayhem. What is this for? They lost to the Boston Uprising. Boston Uprising looking like one of the best teams in the league. So yeah, no surprise they lost to the Boston Uprising. You guys speaking Florida Mayhem? Yeah. They just got absolutely stomped just a couple of days ago. What? Because they beat the Washington Justice?
Remembers that. I don't
know. They beat the Washington Justice?
I'm like a goldfish.
What about Gladiators having an off day, huh? What about them having an off day? I think this is a preposterous prediction from you guys. I can't understand it. I'm going 3 to Gladiators here. I think that Kevster and Yaki, they're going to come in today and just look on fire and going to look a lot better. I got the Gladiators winning this one. I don't understand your 3-1 pets, honestly.
Wow.
Do you want to change to 3-0 then?
No.
Okay. No, he's not that.
I'm picking the Glads.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think it's out of pocket.
It's going to be a close series.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what our casters have to say for this one. We're gonna bring in the big guns. We have Necro, we have Mitch. Mitch looks shocked, disbelief.
Well, no.
How are we feeling?
I'm just so surprised that so many of you are on the Florida Mayhem train, because the Glads have been a real problem for the Mayhem for this entire season, actually, not counting the Pro-Am, right? In the head-to-head between those two teams, Rose, I don't know how you feel about this, but the Glads have just looked a lot cleaner against a sometimes more erratic play style, I guess, of the Florida Mayhem.
I would agree with that one. I think that the Gladiators have shown such strong looks the entirety of the season so far, and I feel like when you take a look at their most recent encounters against the Florida Mayhem, they've just always got the upper hand. I think when it came down to that 3-2, even for the first time that they met each other in the regular season, it all came down to map pool for why the Florida Mayhem were able to even take those 2 maps off the Gladiators.
Right, great point. And that, I guess, pseudo-random element kind of been eliminated here in a loser pick format, first to 3. And yeah, make no mistake, this is mid-season madness, attendance on the line. There's a lot of conversation about, I guess, the Mayhem riding some momentum, feeling warmed up. You can see Merit there, trying to take a few deep breaths. And I know perhaps people are a little bit lower on the Gladiators after what we saw against the Boston Uprising, Rose, but I'm more of the mind that the Uprising are just a different beast at the moment.
They really are. I mean, they did bring out such a strong, clean dive, and maybe that's the one hesitation that I have for giving the Gladiators such a clean 3-0 sweep, and might I give them 1, maybe 2 maps like the desk has, because of the fact that Florida Mayhem, their strongest composition is also the dive. Someone's Winston has been so strong when you take a look at how they were able to handle the Justice earlier today. You look at how they were able to beat down the Shock yesterday. It was all about those dives and clean initiations. And someone also brought out the Ramatra Brawl that I felt like didn't look too bad either.
So we need to put that under the microscope again here in this first map of the series of Florida Mayhem's proficiency in these rushdown compositions. It will be, of course, very similar looks from these squads, but you'll note the Moira Lucio here from the Florida Mayhem. The composition that really favors a shorter fight, the shock and awe factor. They're going to need to make that work here and get an early edge on the Gladiators.
I mean, we've seen just how much work Moira can do in a small room, especially when you're going to get so close to them. Look at that. Florida Mayhem making a beeline for the Gladiators.
Yeah, instantly Yaki has to go into ice block here. This initial, I guess, thrust from the Florida Mayhem is pretty hard to deal with. You saw that the amplification, or rather the immortality field get deployed there by the Gladiators to try and just hold off against the initial wave, but they still crumble. They lose a key play here. And I feel like this is how Florida want to play. They don't want to allow the Gladiators to get in position, especially not to set up this Sojourn.
Well, I mean, we heard that from Checkmate in that post-match interview that this is how the Florida Mayhem want to try to take this map from the Gladiators. Got to play aggressive and got to start initiating these fights. And that's why I'm looking at RuPaul right now, working up to that Coalescence to kick off this next one.
It's a pretty good off angle there from Kevzer. I mean, he gets to throw, of course, in some AoE, pressure down the clumped up Florida Mayhem, because the Gladiators know that this is how Florida want to play. They want to stick together, but Merritt gets caught a little bit too far from his front line. It'll be traded, though, as someone's able to draw a bead on Yaki, but that's the Coalescence coming out here. Of course, the first of those support ultimates to be deployed. There's going to be an instant amplification matrix, but Checkmate was ready for it, at least somewhat. Someone able to play in the front line here under that May wall thrown up by Yaki, but Florida still have control. Lastro and Kev still want to try and cap it. They are severely outnumbered.
Look at that. Someone's even able to come back with the Ramatra too, with RuPaul at his back. That's going to be the Gladiators scurrying with their tails way between their legs. They weren't able to get nearly as much done as they would have liked there, and it was just the Coalescence the Florida Mayhem were able to capitalize on to be able to keep control of this point.
And the Ant
Gladiators,
Matrix,
they are able to come back in with a lot, but yeah, they lost the Ant Matrix.
Well, and Lastro used it on the high ground for himself, maybe just the extra healing apparently, but very caught off from the rest of his team. Kev's to come in with overclock now, but he's going to be forced away by this Annihilation. Both Lucios go for sound barriers, and RuPaul is encroaching on his next Coalescence. Again, Merritt gets caught out by the Sojourn, and this time the Gladiators look to have more success, at least in the start of the fight. But again, a lot of Annihilation usage there, maybe making it hard for the Mayhem to close the gap. RuPaul still wants to commit the Coalescence here as Checkmate goes into ice block. By a little bit of time, Lastro's living very dangerously here, and Chorong finishes the job from that high ground. The Mayhem have not given up control yet. Yeah, they lost Merritt at the start of the fight, but he's well and truly returned and ready to dish the damage out. This is looking very dire for the Gladiators now. Yaki already taken down again.
I think this just might be a full point capture. Gladiators might sneak it out from underneath the Mayhem, but look at how fast they're coming back to the back of the point.
This is dangerous. Dead Blossom here from Merritt. Very scary prospect late in the fight when your healing resources are already heavily taxed. And over time, it's going to be an immortality field to keep Yaki on the point for some time, but it's really just a stall here. 4 final blows and 1 death for someone, and the Florida Mayhem come in hot off their previous series.
That was such a clean round win for the Florida Mayhem. They even were able to take some of those fights down a member of their team. They was very smart use of their ultimates there. Even RuPaul throwing out those Coalescences, honestly a little bit greedy. When they were down few members, Florida Mayhem were able to bring it back off the back of that particular ultimate. And now I wonder what the Gladiators are going to be able to do to adjust to that.
1 minute. That's all it takes for RuPaul to build a Coalescence on Warriors. So it's 50% quicker than any other support ultimate in the server right now. And that is not only because RuPaul is having a solid performance, but it's got a whole lot to do with Moira just having pretty quick time to charge ult. But having an extra Coalescence potentially over like a longer round, if it had gone that way, would have been devastating enough as it is. So great start for the Mayhem. Big switch on comp. This says to me, I mean, we see like the Brig, the Ana, they really want this high ground at some stage.
They're going to grab that high ground at least from Merritt, trying to jostle that away from the Gladiators. But look at the composition the Gladiators came out with. The Jonker Queen. What a great way to be able to shut off the healing there from the Florida Mayhem.
Trying to keep the high ground for the time being, right? Gladiators even playing on that sort of, middle podium. Eventually they're going to be forced to drop down, and Kevzer can't quite slide away in time. Now the Sojourn is out of the mix. He can start to pressure this backline down much more comfortably. Lastro, though, able to find someone. Great pressure here on that Winston. The Junker Queen also giving someone plenty to think about. But Checkmate is unchecked for the time being, as the Gladiators are down a whole DPS. No one capturing the point quite yet here, and the reinforcement of someone and Kevster respectively could be a difference maker.
Oh, watch out for Dante. Dante's getting really low, needs to get some healing from the team. But Kevster is able to keep him alive.
Kevster coming back there, I mean, straight away, his impact being felt. The Gladiators able to have a pretty long engagement there. Finding the Winston pick off early means that, I guess the Mayhem can't really decide who to dive on. So much hinges on Checkmate. Merit maybe combining, pressuring backliners down, but losing your Winston early, not a great look.
It took really long for them to set up as well, with Merit trying to get into a position to get a hack and someone waiting for cooldowns, as well as just being topped up enough to be able to initiate that dive. And look at this, look how long they're taking now as well, trying to figure out whether or not they want to go to this middle pillar, go back to behind the point. They need to get Gladiators off of this high ground.
Yeah, Los Angeles really want to deny it. I don't know necessarily if their comp outside of the Sojourn cares so much about it. Eventually, Kevster drops down, slides around, and still able to find kills anyway. Yaki's forced a recall there. You'll see the Kitsune Rush deployed here by Lastro. That Bionade was almost deadly from RuPaul, hitting 3 separate people. Speaking of anti-heals though, here comes the Rampage. Toro not going to benefit from his own running for the time being. And this is a dangerous spot, but that's an EMP from Merit here. Kevster, nothing you could do about it. No escape, and Merit makes sure to chase Lastro down. The Mayhem start a little slow in this round, still trying to force this signature dive composition, but now they're going to have a chance to build up some percentage.
Now that they've been able to get the control of the point as well, they can get set up either aggressively towards main, or they can try to take that high ground away from the Gladiators. It'll take some time for the Glads to be able to get there too. But look at Merit. Just trying to get a little bit more charge for the EMP. That was such a critical ultimate in that last fight for the Mayhem to wrestle back control.
Oh, RuPaul's so low. Under so much pressure right now. Able to be kept alive by the heal pack, but Trong's going to have to give up his life in order to do so. So the Mayhem, as you point out, Rose, they do transition immediately to try and take the high ground for their supports, but that's exactly where the Gladiators go to. They make a beeline for that high ground to deny it away and give Kevster a perch. Still, the Mayhem are in control right now, but Funny Astro barely gets away with his life. Someone, though, chased by Kevster. The railgun nipping at the heels. Jorong here just forced to try and stall this point out a little bit further now for the Mayhem as the Gladiators move in force.
Look, this is why you can see the Sojourn choice really paying off dividends here for the Gladiators. May not have worked so well in Gardens, knowing that you have a lot of natural architecture to be able to play around, but Kevster has so many off angles he can go for here, and these picks have been huge to open up these fights.
7 final blows, 3 deaths for Kevster. Sojourn, the difference maker. I mean, I guess it's pretty elementary that it can punish a Reaper-based composition, but even here against a Sombra Tracer, Kevster finding some big kills. It looks like he's far from done. It's time for Overclock now. In the corner, I saw Merit hiding there, but he's not able to complete the kill. Someone gets the nano boost here. The Gladiators are jockeying back very quickly. They don't want to tangle with that Winston right now, but they wait it out. The nano boost expires here. The Mayhem have to make another push for the point.
Oh, it's going to be tough, especially when Lastro is ready with this Kitsune Rush. No matter how the Florida Mayhem approach, you can just lay that down.
Kitsune Rush here, gonna be huge. Dante caught in that EMP commanding shout, over shield stripped away. With the follow-up, it's gonna be here somewhere. 3 players hit with a bionic grenade from RuPaul, and only one of them is picked up, but Dante might be the most important kill to take here. Yaki punishing Chorong. Lastro almost got away there, but someone is able to pursue here, and Checkmate now gonna draw a bead on Kevster. This will be Florida getting back in the nick of time, but they spend so much, right? They open that fight up with a nano boost that is kited by the Gladiators, but a big 3-player Bionade from RuPaul. We've seen it from Twilight, we've seen it from other top-level Ana players. It's making a huge difference against these comps.
It really is, especially when the Gladiators are trying to play a little bit more clumped up together. They're actually going to have Kevster switch over from the Sojourn to the Tracer, so a little bit more synergy there from the back line, but Lastro goes down before they can even make it back.
Yeah, that's the initiative taken by the defensive dive team, right? It's a hack and a follow-up there from someone. Very quickly, taking a support out of the mix, and this is how you can accrue some percentage of build a buffer. But they lose someone, lingers a little bit too close apparently to Dante, and now the Mayhem have to try and play for time. They do have high ground for RuPaul, he does have a nano boost. There's a lot of stall packed into those 2 factors. But right now it's Checkmate just trying to stay scarce on the point here. Mayhem almost let that one flip back here. It's gonna have to be a good nano boost. Someone is back to receive it.
4 ults.
Here we go. Funny Astro forced to skitter away. The sound barrier with very fortuitous timing here. And here comes a rampage from Dante. He already takes RuPaul down with a knife of all things. What a connection. Astro will fall. Someone transitioning seamlessly now into the Primal Rage. It's going to be 2 kills for the Mayhem in this fight. Dante getting picked off awfully early again. Yaki hoping to make his 2nd kill will count, but Checkmate's already dealt with Funny Astro. There's no supports left. It's really just Yaki right now, and he can't make it. The Florida Mayhem. It's a back and forth fight, especially on this second round as they switch to a dive comp. But the dive comp prevails, and they'll start at a lead in this series.
Looks like the Florida Mayhem may have taken a little bit of time to figure out how they wanted to engage into the Junker Queen composition coming out from the Gladiators. So that's why we ended up seeing them maybe give up about 40% of the point before they were able to take it back. But that ultimate economy, they got 4, what? The EMP also came online during that last fight too? 5 ults better win you that fight.
Yeah, I really feel like they made it pretty hard for Dante in that second round especially. And Florida, look, they're ticking the boxes right now and they're passing the checks because we see them run into a rush matchup, but they bring that slight variation, right? The high sort of burst damage, maybe less sustained healing over the course of a long fight here. And now they really punish Dante, right? Dante getting involved in some of these fights, but most of the time being ignored or Mayhem trying to play around him as much as possible. And he has trouble getting in the front line and actually getting decent connection with those abilities.
Which is tough because you've got Funny Astro, one of the best Lucios in the league, that's really great at knowing when to try to speed in, when to disengage. You saw how the Gladiators were able to kite away from a lot of the incoming damage from the Mayhem, but Dante's got to start being a part of the conversation, and that's going to come down to some quick communication.
All right, well, first it was the Gladiators serving the 3-0 up to the Mayhem, but already we've seen that potential future subverted. Oasis goes the way of the pink, and Blizzard World will be the map selection for the Gladiators, map number 2, after the break.
Fighting Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
In a 4v5, oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field, Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Well, if you watched the Glads yesterday in their matchup against the Uprising, you would be forgiven for expecting to see them at least attempt a Winston-based dive comp on Oasis, but that was not the case. They bring the Junker Queen in, which is something we've seen from them before on Ilios, for example, but it doesn't work out for them. They do get outdone by someone diving on that Winston, so we choose Blizzard World. Now, small sample size, to be fair, but a pretty comfortable map for a team like the Florida Mayhem, who often excels at playing these dive-based compositions. And then we're talking the Break Rows, and we're starting to sort of theorycraft a little bit, maybe expecting the Gladiators to play Diva, potentially. Some teams have tried to make that pick work on this map, especially defensively.
Absolutely. We've definitely seen a few teams, such as Vancouver Titans, try to bring out the Diva. It can really play well on the high ground, especially if you're not confident in something like the Winston, being able to beat enough of that frontline pressure. So the Diva, you get to play a little bit more reactively. You've got the defense matrix as well that you can swivel to make sure that you are keeping your backline safe. And that might just be a weak point that the Gladiators are noticing that the Florida Mayhem are trying to target down, is Lastro and Babel, especially if we are going to see Babel switching into the roster. That might be a static backline.
It definitely tells me it's Brigana, most likely here. Florida Mayhem, you expect them to play a very similar look. The Brigana, very comfortable composition for them. Rupal, pivotal, rather, on a previous map when it came to landing a lot of those multiplayer bionic grenades that really gave the Mayhem a good reason to start the fight. Mera on the Ash, one of the players that will go to here on occasion. Not every team sort of preferring that. But, I mean, this is big. No Kai subbed in here for the Gladiators. Kev still will remain in the roster alongside Yaki. It says Sombra Tracer most likely, even if we see a Widow play with this Life Weaver at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I was a little worried questioning that as well, just kind of knowing that Blizzard World is one of those maps that you could play like an Ash or a Sojourn. Maybe you would end up seeing Kai getting switched in for that particular reason, but I think
they're baiting.
Kevster missed the boat on that one.
I think they baited the flower, because you're starting to look for it now, so like you do like a fake flower and then you grapple on. Anything to get an edge.
Sneaky.
I also could be giving it way too much credit, but that's fine. Okay, we actually have the Sigma set up here for the Mayhem. So they play this also on Junkertown, right? On that, especially on that first stage, really long sight lines. So both, I mean, very, very static comp from the Mayhem. We're really trying to get value from Merit, slow the pace down.
Oh, look at this, though. Kevster's actually going to be playing the Genji. So now I worry a little bit that Merit's going to be very vulnerable to a dive, knowing that Yaki has hacked him first, and Kevster could get some clean follow-up there. So the Florida Mayhem are going to have to be careful about this, especially because someone doesn't have any escape mechanisms.
Yeah, he's sort of having to reposition there because being stood on that side of the bubble makes it hard to heal him up. Okay, Merit able to deal with Dante. So the tip of the spear is broken for the Gladiators now. Dante able to find Chorong, but really needs to come away with more than that to have a convincing start to the fight. And Sigma can be pretty easily, I guess, ignored to a great degree by Winston, right? Just kind of goes overhead. So I've got my eyes on someone here to see how he keeps attention coming his way.
I think you just play a little bit far forward and then you have the ability to back up. You don't have the Lucio as a part of the composition, so it might be a little bit more difficult to try to kite away from that damage. But if you're able to play distraction long enough, then it allows for Merit and Checkmate to really do what they need to do in the backline. Hey, look at this! Checkmate did so much, he already has a pulse bomb. And I guess RuPaul's gonna get a... Wow. How did that happen?
Well, this is such an all-in comp for the Gladiators. There's no one to keep Checkmate in check at like mid-range, right? So, you know, Kevster won't be dueling with the Tracer. Kevster goes where Dante does, which means that Checkmate doesn't really have like a mark, so to speak. He could probably be a bit more aggressive, just trying to put pressure down.
Yeah, but how did RuPaul kill Yaki?
He threw a bionic grenade.
That's what I was looking at, and I went, Huh?
There's a lot going on there. Listen here, Kevster. No interest in checkmate right now, right? Pressure maybe down someone. It's easy to farm up play, just pressuring the Sigma here. Bubble gets taken down by that pulse bomb. The checkmate was able to build up here. Primal Rage has to be used for Dante. You found 2 quick kills. Awoken is Kevster. Merit having to keep a respectful distance. Oh, at mid-range is where Yaki is able to bring him down. Discord Orb assisting there to some degree, you'd say. But checkmate's still a problem, right? Uncontested, Dante forced to run off here. And the Gladiators push very deep into Mayhem territory, but no capture progress on A.
Yeah, it's exactly what you were just talking about. Checkmate not really having anybody on the Gladiators to mark him, and Kevster not gonna switch over just yet. Has the blade almost ready to go, but I think this is not great for the Gladiators right now. They don't have the nano boost. Bobbell used that in the last fight. This is just a vanilla blade, and I don't think that's gonna be enough to make it through the Mayhem comp.
Kevster lining up for it here. Eyes for the high grab. It needs to wait for Dante to have his cooldowns off the rotation. And then can dive on in here. Checkmate is 5-0 right now. Completely untouched and tearing strips off of the Gladiators. Here's the blade. Merit not able to get the coach gun and knock him back. And Kevster finds 2 on that high ground. So, nano or otherwise, Kevster gets in there and gets the job done.
I'm happy to stand corrected on that one. Kevster proving me wrong. And that's going to be a way for the Gladiators to open up this fight and this first checkpoint. But it still remains that the ultimate rotation for the Gladiators right now just isn't super strong. I think that's why we're going to see Kevster go back to spawn and change. And that's going to be the Tracer now, so full dive activated here for the Gladiators with the Tracer Sombra, like you were saying, might happen going over to Blizzard World.
Yeah, so now obviously checkmate is much more contested, a little bit harder to just walk up to the back line and put pressure down. But the Gladiators are playing a Zen composition, right? Probably in anticipation again of trying to shut down these slow-moving Sigma setups. Against the Winston, probably not going to feel as good for Lastro. I'm a little surprised to see him on this still, to be honest, but I know that Zen can be very, very deadly, but needs to watch that flanker pressure that the Mayhem look to impose.
Yeah, Zen is just such a juicy target for a hack or checkmate coming over there, so they do switch over to the Sombra.
That's a Nano Jax. That
just
is
a quick
brutal.
kickful, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Nanoed Lastro, and Lastro just disintegrates. Very heavy pressure from the Florida Mayhem here. And again, Rose, they've been great all throughout these knockouts at playing a defensive dive comp and being the first to start the fight. Having their pieces in position. This is a comp that's not like operating off the Sombra hack to start the dive. They're trying to actually go in with like Bionade or something else, but Florida is so good at taking the initiative defensively.
Oh, look at the dynamite damage. That's another great way. Oh, they gotta run.
Yeah, another big bio.
Gladiators.
That's scary stuff. Rupal in a pretty safe position here as well. Spreading a little bit away from Chorong, so both can't be caught in the one EMP. That's really important. Lastro just can't do a thing there. There's just nothing you can do. There's dynamite ticking. Bob is in play. Someone is diving in. And there's a nano being used here. So I don't know. I'm not feeling the Zen. You know, not a huge fan of it right now.
I'm gonna be in strong agreement with you there. The Zenyatta just feels like it's lackluster because the fact that they're missing out on these picks. The reason why you have the Zenyatta in the first place is to be able to give over those orbs of discord and be able to follow up. But the Gladiators are just taking too long. The pace that the Florida Mayhem are setting with these fights is too fast that they have to rely on something like this EMP from Yaki to really get the job done. And they've got 30 seconds left.
Dante. Unreal. Yeah. Absolutely mauled there. Merit playing on the siege tank. This is a very aggressive spot for defenders to be, so you can see them oozing confidence right now. Recall forced here for the Gladiators. They've got 6 ultimates. They need to start a fight with this EMP post-haste. And it's going to be Yaki to try and catch both Chorong and Rupal inside that. Chorong gets a rally off and it's all over for Yaki, so he's got to make this work, and he needs to be able to burn the Sombra down quick. Here comes the Winston. Dante not quite where he wanted to be, though he's put to sleep straight away. And the EMP, it just goes to waste. Dante gets caught by checkmate. Another successful pulse bomb stick, and the Gladiators are falling to pieces. That is not a good look for the attackers.
That is not good at all. This was their map pick. And they barely got the job done on that first point in overtime, and they couldn't even make it to the second checkpoint, a point that's supposed to thrive with the dive. Gladiators just couldn't get it done, even with an EMP.
But this is an allegation that's been leveled at the Gladiators already. Is your dive comp strong enough to stand up to the Florida Mayhem? Or the Boston Uprising, or whoever it may be? This is an issue. They come into that last fight, 5 ultimates. The EMP has to come down. Like, there's a decent window for Yaki because there's no nano available for the backline of Florida, so you can't just like insta-save your brig. But there is a rally. Rupal also really nasty with the sleeps. Dante like flies overhead in Primal Rage, which I guess is fine. You really want something else with the Sombra to secure the kill after the EMP comes out. But everyone is just going in different directions at that point of the fight. It's a tough sell for me, this Gladiators dive comp. I'm not going to lie. No, that is not right. How?
That's how he died.
Bro, you can't tell me you meant to do that. That is bizarre.
That's what I saw come up at the kill feed that I went, how did that happen? I guess that's how. That's not good.
Yeah, I don't know how you didn't guess that, Rose.
You can't fall prey to that kind of stuff.
Checkmate is 9-1, Merit is 8-2. The Gladiators could not put pressure on either of those players. Here comes TP to send us forward. Checkmate on the Hanzo. Just a Sonic though, probably just a Scout. And we're back on the Tracer.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Gladiators are still going to stick to this dive, try to play it a little bit defensively, but to your point before that replay, that's maybe why we didn't see the dive on City Center. I was kind of thinking, well, maybe the Junker Queen, if they expected the Ramatra Brawl coming out from Florida Mayhem, and they might not feel confident enough to be able to run the dive into another strong dive team like Boston Uprising. That's a good start, though.
That's not bad. Hey, the attack is like you secure the trade for the Winston, of all things, which basically takes away the defender's ability to operate all as one, right? They don't have Winston sort of lead the charge here. Merit's able to find Lastro. This one is going to be over very quickly, Rose. This point is basically capped already.
Looked like it was starting so well, too, when Kevster was able to get such an early pick, but Florida Mayhem are on a tear right now. Even Dante's back, but he's just beating over his body.
Dante got slapped by Rupal. Even though Rupal ended up getting eliminated there, stopping the Winston in his tracks, it was an easy target for the Mayhem to pounce on. From that point onwards, you just can't trade. You can't trade 1-for-1 defensively here. It just does not look good. All right, Dante's back once more, but that EMP is going to keep him grounded. No escape for the Winston now. And the rest of the Gladiators about to be in very similar circumstances. We're going to have a point capture here and some stagger on these stragglers.
Ooh, that's so tough. What a tough position to be in if you're the Gladiators. You were hoping to get some stall there, buy yourself some time, maybe be able to come back in with something like Yaki's EMP or Kevster's Pulse Bomb, because both of those ultimates were right about to come online before they initiated that fight. But how could you have anticipated that Merit would have the EMP already? That was so quickly charged. And the Florida Mayhem are going to capitalize on that momentum moving forward by taking this high ground. And maybe even getting something done with Checkmate. Pulse Bomb, look at where he is.
There we go. That's the dive we're looking for. But the Pulse gets two Checkmate. Unbelievable. And you couldn't have asked for a better brace of targets. Lastro Bubble blown to smithereens. And the Florida Mayhem barely breaking stride here. They're getting awful close to that final goal. Let's see how this gets played out.
He was sneaking. He was sneaking in the back line of these stairs. We could see that in the overhead, and then he just lands the stick.
The dive is so nice. Someone comes in there, and remember there's some knockback from the impact of Winston. They're not going anywhere. That is the kind of dive you need to see at this level. The Gladiators could not put it together even once on the attack. Here come the Mayhem now, looking to finish the job. We will have a couple of key ultimates up for both sides here. Dante crucially building into that primal. Okay, Pulse Bomb there, but Chorong is going to get the Nano Boost just to inoculate him from that. Going to be whipping it back and forth for the time being. The card almost got to the checkpoint amidst that flurry of fighting. But someone is quite low. He doesn't want to have to use his primal quite yet because he can't disrupt with it presently. Going to be a regroup. Yaki just gets caught out. Oh man, this is over. This doesn't feel good at all. Kent is going to get the nano boost now from the high ground. You see Lastro trying to intervene somewhat, but the double bionic grenade is huge. Dante's got to get the heck out of dodge. Yes, he can wait on the high ground for a while, but the Mayhem are looking for their next target already, and it's Kempster. Here's the EMP to finish the job. And that is about as convincing as it gets right now. The Mayhem are the ones that deserve to make the mid-season madness. They're the better team right now, pound for pound.
They look so good at the moment. Look at that, the smiles, the happiness. This is the Florida Mayhem, the animated team that we have come to expect playing these dives. they look infinitely better today than they did in their first match in the knockouts versus the Gladiators. And that's from the pace that they're setting with these fights, making those initiations, and also playing such a strong defensive game, anticipating what the Gladiators are throwing their way.
15-1. That's the scoreline for Checkmate. At first, he's up against the Genji, so he's not being, not being covered at all, not being contested in the 1-to-1. But it did not get any better for the Los Angeles Gladiators. The Florida are so coordinated, they're so clean on these dives. Even if someone just flying over the top, securing like a double pulse bomb kill, Checkmate's attach rate has to be in the stratosphere right now. Everything's starting to click for the Florida Mayhem. And I know that Jake brought up some concerns about them flagging, getting tired, but no, they seem ready to rumble.
They seem motivated. It's one map away from the Florida Mayhem making it to the mid-season, and that was just gross. These replays were disgusting.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gulf between these two teams right now, and the Gladiators, if they don't want a long break for the next couple of weeks, they better pull their socks up and show us something special on Shambali Monastery. The Florida Mayhem have found another gear, another level to rise to, and so far, they've left the Los Angeles Gladiators in their dust. 2-0 in the series already. Blizzard World, very convincing victory for the Mayhem, who again put their dive chops on show. Shambali Monastery comes up next, and hey, fair choice if you don't like playing Winston, if you don't feel good at it, because I'll tell you, they don't look good at it, the Gladiators. An opportunity here to play something a little different.
I think the dive for the Gladiators just really isn't standing out as the best choice just because of how fast of fights the Florida Mayhem really are kind of putting the pressure onto the Gladiators. So I really like this map choice by them to be able to bring us to Shambali Monastery. As you mentioned, get a chance to play something a little different here. Maybe expecting a little bit of Ramatra Brawl coming out from the likes of the Gladiators, but I wonder if it's going to be enough. Florida Mayhem kind of on point today, and their communication has been stellar to be able to make some big plays.
I'm ready for someone to play Ryan and Checkmate to play Bastion. I want to bring back, I want to honor the memory of Zephyr playing Bastion for the Florida Mayhem. Yep, I'd like that. That's on my list. You can disregard that if you like, but I'm saying, again, only the Boston Uprising seem to be game enough to go for that here, but unsurprisingly, so the Mayhem, we are going to once again get their take on the Rush comp, bros. It is that Lucio Moira look with the Reaper. It's a subtle difference, but they played out so differently on Oasis, that first map. Florida looked really good at it, even up against like a Soldier, something that, you know, in theory can punish these very close range front lines. Curious to see how it plays out here on a map that's going to be dynamic in terms of where the fights are actually occurring and not just around the 1 point.
Well, the second point is where I would expect that Sojourn would be a little bit tougher to play. But look at Merritt just in the mix already at the doors. This is going to be tough for the Gladiators to break through.
They do get there though. Merritt just, I mean, he starts off trying to fight Yaki, who is just being pocketed by Lastro by the looks of things, so shrugs off those first couple of shotgun blasts. And we do see this more, I don't know, this more in-your-face Florida brawl style get shut down very early. They make no changes though, so they definitely still believe in it.
You can still play this on first point. You've got a lot of buildings to be able to play around, and that's going to give you a lot of natural cover to be able to kite away from some of that damage from Kevster, so he's not as deadly. But someone already loses so much health there.
Dante also getting punished in the front line here. Okay, not great for Florida. Again, we've not really seen them be amazing on Shambali Monastery. If you think back to the previous series, that was where the Justice were able to get a win here. The Gladiators looking much cleaner here. This is a great sign from them. It's their take on the rush composition that we saw in Oasis. It's working really well. They haven't had to use any ultimates to sort of win these fights. And talk about how quickly Moira charges up that Cole. Yeah, Astro is well ahead in terms of ult charge here. So all good signs for the Glads.
I mean, Dante has Annihilation.
Will he pop it? That's the question. First, it's going to be Kempster. No, Choron just making that pretty easy for Kemp to line up there. And there's a feeling that the Mayhem probably just take the L here. Now, no need to use any of these other ultimates. That is huge. This is... I got whiplash a little bit, Rose. So the Gladiators now are just well and truly in control.
This is way better than the dive. I have to give credit where credit is due, that this is not the
bar was on the ground.
We've seen from the Gladiators.
The bar was on the ground, and they have taken a step over it. Excellent.
Well, that's at least a step in the right direction, so I gotta see what they're able to make do here. And the fact that they were able to hold on to the Annihilation is a huge ultimate coming into this next choke point.
Now we're starting to see spend of these ultimates here. Funny Astro going to be opening up that sound barrier. Colts Rupal gets, it gets that immortality field down at the very least here, but the Gladiators are unperturbed by this resistance being offered by the Florida Mayhem here. Again, with these fights dragging out a little bit more, you can really see the difference between an escort map and a control map in terms of how these compositions sort of look at it. The Florida Mayhem don't find a kill really early in the fight. Seems like they just get outpowered by sustained healing from Lastro, immortality field, all these stall mechanics the Gladiators have to set Kevster and co up for success.
Yeah, and Kevster's able to just perma-charge up those railgun shots as well, and he's been hitting those, so absolutely deleting people as soon as it's ready.
Okay, I like this. But hey, immortality field, that is something that Baptiste brings you, but Dante far too far out of position there. It's an easy catch for the Florida Mayhem. Glads maybe just getting a little ahead of themselves there, but a good setup with the May Wall to make it very hard for Los Angeles to protect their front line.
That was great isolation from the Florida Mayhem to be able to push Dante into that corner, force out those cooldowns so quickly, and then be able to take control after that. No ultimates used there either. That's huge to be able to get Florida Mayhem back up into the economy. RuPaul's gonna have another Coalescence, so a nice straightaway for the Florida Mayhem to shoot down. You just have to be careful of Kevster, who could get free reign over this point, knowing that we do have the overclock available, and there's not too many places you can hide if the Gladiators are going to wrap around like this.
This is the best part of the map for Florida's composition. I don't think it gets any easier than this. They need to make use of it. Look at the Gladiators. They take a fight with like the longest sideline that they can sort of put together on this point. I hope it's going to be enough. Choron comes rattling past them with that sound barrier in play, and Merit strikes true. Going to be 2 for the repeat here. The Gladiators, for the second consecutive time, are going to be repelled. It's all these like switchbacks and tight turns, right, where hard for Kevster to line anyone up. Because Rose, after this, we got long sight lines, right? That last point's pretty open. I wouldn't like to be the team playing the Reaper Moira there.
I wouldn't either, but the fact that the Florida Mayhem were able to stop that overclock in its tracks, even when the Gladiators were setting it up for success. Sure, Florida Mayhem had to throw 3 ultimates at that fight, but they have these large area of effect ultimates coming up here with the Blizzard and the Annihilation, and that's why we see Gladiators try to go down main once again, because they don't have to play around that overclock.
Interesting, Yaki going to be defensively blizzarding here. Someone tries to push past him, but he will be chilled to the bone. Yaki able to stop him in his tracks there. I guess that was the question. How do you not insta-lose to Blizzard? Maybe have one of your own in the later part of the fight. The answer is yes, because Choron is deadly accurate. 3 kills for the Lucio. Make it 4. That's why he earns the big bucks.
Ooh, Lucio, it is Lucio O's for breakfast. Come on, Choron, pop off. That was impeccable. I mean, the May Blizzard on top of that too. Choron better be hitting those. I mean, they are frozen after all, but still.
We go from very congratulatory to like, well, actually, that's expected of you, so just do your job.
Hey, but he could have missed those shots. They could have not thrown the Blizzard in, and there could have been a miscommunication there, but it worked out for Florida.
Here's the Coalescence from RuPaul. This in and of itself is enough to send the Gladiators reeling backwards. Of course, when you follow it up with a Reaper Chaser, it's a pretty potent concoction. Gladiators have lost 4 fights in a row. Their best chance, I think, was the fight just gone, but the Mayhem had no support ultimates to bring into it. Now Choron's encroaching on yet another sound barrier, and he just pops this and they just run. The Mayhem figured it out.
This is so bad for the Gladiators. Funny Astro is 40% away to a sound barrier of his own, and if Kevster can't use this overclock, look at the switchback.
Choron, his sound barrier only got one person. They actually pulled the Lucio off, and Choron was so desperate to use his ultimate that he just pops it. And the rest of his team were inside the house, perhaps. They weren't in a position to benefit from it. What a crucial misstep for the Florida Mayhem. And what an incredible Maywall from Yaki to cut Choron off from the rest of his team. Beautiful play. And the Gladiators have a chance to keep the ball and cart rolling.
I mean, look at this. Blizzard over the point. That's all you really need here, and Choron doesn't have that sound barrier anymore.
Don't mess it up, Yaki. Good Blizzard. Someone checkmate. Bows gets a little frosty there. Mira wants to push ahead, but he knows the immortality field's going to be a problem. He just don't care about it. The lifesteal, decent. Lets him cut through Lastro, but now it's up to Choron and RuPaul with the Coalescence in play. It's a 2 versus 4, though. Maywall comes up. RuPaul has no target except Yaki. Choron trying to boop him into the line of sight of that Coalescence, but there's too many Gladiators players here. And Los Angeles will get themselves a time extension.
Oh, it's all gone wrong here for Mayhem.
They had it.
That should have been their point.
Oh, they had it.
That should have been their point.
Okay. I mean, it was a sick Maywall from Yaki, to be fair. Sometimes these errors are unforced. Sometimes they are forced, right? So, Florida Mayhem now.
Oh, for sure.
So, we were talking about this before, right? This part of the map, all of a sudden, these sidelines are so nice that the Mayhem have to play really close and deny these like open angles for Kevster to navigate.
That's why they're hugging the wall. They don't want to give Kevster those sight lines.
And he kind of still has them right. Someone trying to block him in some way, but here's an annihilation. So the Maywall follow-up there was spectacular from Checkmate. No escape for Dante. Gladiators just have to take an L here. You can see that it's very hard for them to win a fight from this position. Come back for one more.
Wow. Mayhem bullied the Gladiators back into their spawn. We gotta be careful though, because here's where that problem comes back to bite them again. Kevster has an overclock online. If he's gonna be able to hit those shots, this could be a full map completion here for the Gladiators. So Mayhem have to play around this. They're coming up on a sound barrier. RuPaul does have a nano, but Kevster's got these sight lines.
Uncontested too. He's just doing exactly what he wants right now. He needs to hit his shots, to be fair. And his team's getting crunched in the hallway. The Mayhem chase the Gladiators in, and that gives enough time for Choron to build up the sound barrier. The Gladiators had an opening. Eventually, it is going to be closed. Blizzard thrown down. Funny Astro can't touch. And that's the end of the Los Angeles Gladiators run through this map. Not the prettiest, to be fair. And based on how strong they start at the beginning of this round, it's a wonder that the Mayhem stopped them from finishing the map at all.
Gladiators got the cart pretty far. So Florida Mayhem still have a lot of work cut out for them to be able to take this map and the series. So I think that gives Gladiators a good fighting chance to be able to bring us to another map. But they've got to clean up some of these initiations. It felt like they're just taking too long, and Florida Mayhem are beating them to the punch. Kevster playing the Sojourn does require a bit of setup there for Dante to be able to create that space. And if he can't do that, he can't get into that conversation, then Kevster doesn't have these shots to be able to take.
And even, yeah, like that last phase of the map, the Mayhem knew that the sidelines were pretty decent, so they play close and they play in the corridors, force the Gladiators to push straight into them through that choke. Choron here, this was the follow-up damage that we, as we later discussed, expected him at this point.
Oh, that's clean though.
Oh, he stole that one.
Quick.
He just stole that one. All right, Choron, fair enough. But again, that was the second Blizzard in that fight. And what impressed me so much is that the Mayhem actually survived the Gladiators Blizzard because Yaki doesn't use it aggressively. He actually Maywalls defensively. The Mayhem push past it and then he Blizzards. The Maywall plus Blizzard combo always looks so much better if you can just rush into their tank and deploy it. Kev's is 15-4 by the way, so this Sojourn pick is really working out. I wonder if Mehmet stays on something long range like this to contest.
It's a great way to be able to chunk down that Maywall and give Florida Mayhem a way to be able to bypass a lot of this defensive that Gladiators are playing around.
All right, good start here. A lot of shield pressure. Merit able to play a little bit more aggressively now. Ramatra blows being traded. Awkward here for Merit, so an Immortality Field already has to be deployed, and Choron wasn't able to shelter under it. The Gladiators here, good numbers. Yeah, they're going to be able to push the Mayhem back somewhat. Losing Kevster here is less than ideal, and they actually might make a push of it here. RuPaul being low, though, is an issue.
Ooh, Dante's getting pushed back, but a big pick onto someone to be able to stop that pressure. And that gives Gladiators now some time to breathe, allow Kevster to get back into the mix, and so this should be a nice 5-5-5. What is Merit doing? I think Merit's peeking around. Don't get punished.
Blunt thinks he's on the team, the Gladiators. he thinks he's on their team. All right, he had a push. RuPaul, nice air matrix. That really caught Yaki by surprise here. But Funny Astro going to accost him, making it impossible to use that ultimate. Love the peel, though. Choron is always up for a good little bit of argy-bargy. He gets involved, peels for his support, takes Funny Astro down. We'll be around the corner in just a second where both Lucios will have sound barriers to bring into the next fight.
Sound barriers, and I'm looking at those Blizzards as well as those Annihilations, but here's where things start to get really tricky, is that Merit's also building up to that Dragon Strike, and the biggest key difference between the Dragon Strike and the Overclock is that the Dragon Strike can help corral the Gladiators, split them up, and make them easier to pick off if you're able to play your cards right. Especially with the walls the Checkmate has been putting down, I absolutely expect that, yep, you're gonna just push them forward.
Funny Astro's out of position here. Can't deliver the sound barrier in the timing he would have liked. RuPaul and Merit don't get it at all. From Choron, he only able to get onto a couple people. Still, the Annihilations are deadly, but Kevster, nasty accuracy here with this overclock. Checkmate was brought down there, and the Gladiators win that fight where everybody just presses Q.
Oh yeah, everything's off the table. Wow, would you look at that? With Kevster, though, being as deadly on the Sojourn as he has, Merit's actually going to switch off of the Hanzo and go over to the Sojourn himself. So now you get a chance to play this long game between these teams where you're looking to try to fight that space away from each other so that Merit and Kevster have room to work with.
Merit has to play this flank angle here. Trying to wrap around somewhat. but not reveal himself, otherwise he dies instantly to Funny Astro, who just comes through him with bloodlust in his eyes. The mini health pack being here is very powerful for flankers. I want to point that out at this stage. A lot of damage on Dante right now. Oh, there it is though. Yaki pins him to the wall. 4 versus 5 here. Dante probably doesn't feel like he needs to push too far forward from where he is. Ant Matrix is in play now. Yaki trying to make retreat impossible here. Looks like he may have succeeded to that end. It's a matter of trying to disrupt someone now who pops Nemesis and tries to go for the throat here. Immortality Field has to be deployed to keep him alive. But Funny Astro gets rid of that, and it's going to be a regroup from Florida. 34 seconds to go.
Okay, RuPaul has the amplification matrix. You can dish it back out the way that Lastro did to you, but you have to be able to capitalize on that and convert it into picks.
22 seconds now. Ant Matrix gets through most of that wall. Dante has to use the card to break line of sight, but Funny Astro not able to get away from checkmate here. See in the background, Jester trying to send railguns overhead, and he bores a steaming hole through Merritt's face. What a key kill. Is that going to be enough though? RuPaul gets frozen just by the vestiges of that blizzard, but the sound barrier is awfully timely from Chorong. Funny Astro has one in response though. Dante boot backwards off the cart. Checkmate trying to hose him down, but here comes the annihilation. And where's Chorong going to go now? Checkmate's forced into ice block, and not enough healing is there for someone. RuPaul out of the fight here. Dante looking to clean up, and the Los Angeles Gladiators forcing the fight to Shambali Monastery. They get exactly what they wanted. A map win, a chance to breathe, and an extension of this series.
And that was a full hold too. That was a good look from the Gladiators, and so that makes a lot of sense why they would have wanted to go over to Shambali Monastery, and maybe we're starting to see a bit of a crack in the Florida Mayhem armor. Being able to set up Kevster for success with those longer sightlines on the Sojourn, maybe not necessarily forcing them into this position to play that flank game, because that has been too slow for the Gladiators to work with.
See here, the Gladiators get to play the Rush Mirror again. This time, it looks way different to what we saw on Oasis. Very different map, very different game type, very different situation. That's what the Gladiators are, selecting with their map picks. It makes you wonder why at all. I guess they chance a map like Blizzard World. Maybe they think it's a bit easier for them to, play into the dive compositions. But what's scary here is that now the Mayhem, they get a map pick. Where do they go? We just saw them on Esperanza earlier on. They looked really good there. Can play dive comp on that map. Push is the kind of game type that will allow you to play that style if you so choose. So the Gladiators are going to have their wits about them, Rose. On the other side of the break, the Mayhem get to make the map choice. A choice that may propel them into the mid-season madness. A much-needed map win here for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and it's this individual on your right that leads the charge. Dante with a fantastic showing on that Ramatra. This is per 10-minute stats, by the way. 10 final blows, 5 deaths. Definitely winning out in that head-to-head. The Gladiators finally able to put it together, even up against the quite an obnoxious Moira Reaper-based composition from the Mayhem on defense. They're able to break through thanks to the heroics of Yaki and a fantastic May wall, and find themselves still alive, still breathing in the series.
I worry now about whether or not we are going to be able to see the Gladiators bring out this Ramatra composition again. They did look really good on it on Shambali. But now, do they get that opportunity knowing that we have to go to another map? This is Florida Mayhem's map pick, and they don't want to give Gladiators that chance again. I don't know if they know how to break that composition right now.
Funny Astro there. I'd say Face and Kai stood behind him. We'll be discussing how this next map is going to play out. Funny Astro also is, looks like he's the one that holds onto the AC remote. He's the climate king on this team. He was,
oh, is he?
Yeah, he was waving that around in the break, so you can tell he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. I don't know how he's going to focus on leading the team and also trying to keep everyone extra comfortable. But Kepster and Yaki here, so obviously with
that's a lot.
Kai sat in the background, chatting it up. He will be continuing to sit out here in this series. On the next map, we discussed a few possibilities. We just saw the Florida Mayhem on Esperanza. I don't want to spoil it for you, but we're going to be heading back there, as that must be the map they think gives them the best chance of playing to their strengths.
We're going to see Bopel coming into the roster over Lastro as well, so maybe not looking for survivability on a wholesale level, but maybe even looking to use Bopel's flexibility as a flex support to be able to play a bit more of like an Ana Lucio, or maybe even go over to something like a Kiriko if they really feel like it. I would just maybe caution against bringing out a Zenyatta, but that was Lastro that did that, so I don't know if we're going to see that coming out from him.
It is interesting. I mean, Bubble normally comes to play the Ana in many cases, but you often see him like, you know, like alongside Lastro. If there's going to be like a Brigand Ana setup here, so Funny Astro still says to us, most likely you see a Lucio. And I think that, look, Esperanza is a map where we've seen teams quite frequently play their rushdown style. We might actually get two different compositions. I do wonder, you know, now the Mayhem having a chance to reflect on how that last map went, do they go, okay, let's play Reaper Moira Lucio again? Or do they try and go and, you know, and set someone up as well as they can? RuPaul's Ana's been really good. The Bionate connections have been sublime today. And they've really been a big part of what, you know, gives the Mayhem an edge, knowing that they can dive in and they can get a quick fight win. A lot on the line here for the Gladiators. Having beaten the Florida Mayhem previously in the upper bracket, they find them a changed team here in lowers with so much at stake. Only one more team from the West can advance to the mid-season madness in South Korea. And this is the last chance for these two teams to show their stuff domestically before they jet set off.
Either composition that the Gladiators come out on, they need to be able to keep pace with the Florida Mayhem. They have not been able to for the first two maps of the series, and they started to take matters into their own hands when we went over to Shambali Monastery. But this is a map you can play the dive, and it looks like Florida Mayhem are going to hover over that one. You question whether or not maybe we would get a chance to see a little bit more of that Reaper Moira. That's so risky to lock into. You want to win this first fight. It's so important. You can't risk it on a pick that didn't work for you last time.
We might be looking at the best looks for both of these teams here. The Junker Queen composition for the Glads. And of course, Florida on their signature dive setup with RuPaul on this Ana. Both these teams, again, have an opportunity to kind of play what suits them best here. Last chance for the Gladiators. Need another map win here once more. See if they can do it. Dante already well and truly in someone's face, and I'm surprised to see the Mayhem challenge the Junker Queen up front like that.
That was not smart. That was not smart. Hoping maybe there was a bit more pressure on the back line of the Florida Mayhem, that they would be able to have sight lines onto someone, but the way that the Gladiators played that positionally did not allow for RuPaul to have clean sight lines onto the Winston. So no healing came through, someone got deleted instantly, and this is not a rhythm you want to be on if you are the Florida Mayhem. This first fight going the way of the Gladiators is huge because you're looking at Yaki being able to build up to this EMP super quickly. And Merit's on the Sojourn right now.
Okay, Sojourn in this composition. Maybe the Sombra just doesn't feel like she can disrupt the Junker Queen nearly enough. Merit does well, opens up the account, finding Bubble. Dante will eventually be brought down here. The Mayhem, this time they keep a respectful distance. They don't just send someone in, you know, on a one-man mission. And they're able to get back to parity here. They should be able to head now towards this overpass that they can inhabit. They can set up, they can get Merit in a good spot to do work, and someone can drop on down, jump back up, get healing, rinse and repeat.
That's why the Sojourn pick is so good as well. Not just because you can set up those sight lines, but also because Merit does have that one-shot potential, which is a great way to be able to get back in contention for this payload.
Nano Winston, someone trying to body block Dante in, and he's successful. Kempster, though, was able to sneak in, attach the pulse bomb to Rupal, get rid of the Ana. Someone probably a little bit, I guess, wary of health total right now, but he doesn't want to push too far forward. Okay, so he gets EMP, but not the bubble. Interesting. So he's able to step into the bubble, benefit from the protection, then cycle into a primal rage, getting the kill on bubble, then getting back out to safety for his team to top him back up, and the Florida Mayhem have the lead.
This is why the Junker Queen has weakness it does into the Winston composition, especially if you're not going to be playing any supports that have good range healing. Someone just pops down the Winston bubble, and what do? You can't heal through that. So that just gives all of the onus onto someone to be able to initiate into these fights. And Dante is stuck right now without a paddle.
Okay, not enough healing right now for the Gladiators. They have to take 5. Big stick from the Junker Queen. Dante cleverly steps out of that corridor. Here's the sound barrier for the Gladiators to go forward with. It's a rally for the Florida Mayhem, and Merit is trying to battle for supremacy on the high ground. With this overclock, they sleep on Kempster, secures a guaranteed kill. Rupal is at it again, everybody. Merit, safe distance, disrupt the shot, thrown down to open up the gap a little bit more, and Dante found himself again surrounded by Mayhem players. The bot is abducted briefly. He'll return to his pride of place on the Gladiator side of the map in just a moment.
Florida Mayhem could get the checkpoint from here as well. You could see Dante making a quick switch over to the Winston, hoping to get back in time before that bot is able to reach that checkpoint, but it doesn't have much farther to go.
That ain't happening. They're getting there.
There it is.
So, sloppy start for Florida, diving headlong into a Junker Queen. The Gladiators, though, don't feel like the JQ is giving them value right now. They're actually going to be forced over to the Winston composition with Lucio Kiriko, by the way. Interesting sort of, I guess, support line for a dive strategy here. Bold strategy, if I'm honest with you. Here it comes. Merit, able to slide on away. Greased up and just moving across the top of that bridge. Another nano boost for someone. Rupal is getting a lot of those accrued. Bubble, yeah, he just disintegrates. You breathe on him and he just disappears. I don't think the Gladiators have the best backline set up for fighting dive versus dive, so they get the bot away once more, and he'll be dragged back into position.
Kiriko is so good if you're able to land those kunai to help initiate some of the damage output or get a bit of a cleanup, but it's really not going to do you any favors to try to keep a Winston up and alive. And even though Funny Astro's healing output is always so strong.
EMP to the high ground.
Look at the EMP!
Someone just double back straight away. That's another unsuccessful EMP dive set up for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Toronto's able to get the rally, to be fair, so it helps them be far more durable in the aftermath of that Sombra ultimate. The Gladiators once again showing us their weakness in these compositions. They cannot make it happen, even if they have a pretty effective, wide-ranging EMP connection on that high ground.
That was so many members. And the way that Florida Mayhem have just been able to play around that has been so pivotal. Chorong once again with a giant rally to be able to help bolster up the team's defenses at the perfect moment. And now, Florida Mayhem are looking to approach this final objective. Look at the primal rage in the building.
Very disruptive. Means the Gladiators can't shelter inside there at all. Means they're a little bit more subject to Merit. That long sideline that the Mayhem now have. But it's Kempster and Yaki, this time able to get in there and find kills. Sans ultimate uses Dante's primal rage, the disruption that brought. Even better than what someone was trying to do. Finally, the Gladiators have a chance now to start moving forward with both support ultimates. They're well behind, if I'm honest with you. This is a significant deficit they're finding themselves in. They're going for the Kitsune Rush. They really want to catch someone here. And look at everybody.
Nice. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Gladiators fan right now, to see them go to a map number 5. And it's just the start. Finally getting into a smooth rotation of ultimates. Maybe the EMP didn't quite work out for them, but you look at Dante being able to capitalize on an opportunity provided to him when someone was away from being able to protect the backline, and maybe Gladiators get a chance to cap their objective on Florida Mayhem's side of the map. Gonna be a touch to be able to come in and contest, but Funny Astro's got a sound barrier here. A lot of sustain for the Glads.
Merit needs to pressure the high ground set up here for the Gladiators, and there it is. Nicely done. Funny Astro trying to lead in with the dive. Rupal at least able to secure a trade. Checkmate's pulse bomb will be avoided for now. No checkpoint though for the Gladiators here, and the Mayhem can keep some form of numbers. Oh, it was a hack health pack. That's devastating for Dante, and still he wins out the duel. He'll be 10-2 by Bubble here, and in a moment the Gladiators will be ready to group up again. They got the checkpoint. I mean, they're getting within spitting distance now. It's a 25-meter difference.
Yaki has another EMP. Another chance to be able to make this a big map-winning play for the Gladiators.
I like that. Keep it simple. Just get someone. It's a guaranteed EMP, and Dante was already there for the other side of that pincer. Chorong's going to get nanoed here, but can they put him in a position to actually do damage? It looks like the Gladiators are kind of happy just backing off here, letting Chorong stand out in the open, lit up like a Christmas tree until that nano expires, and then the Glads go again. Dante slept, bioed. That's all Rupal's work there. This is going to allow someone to push back on towards the barricade and give the Mayhem a chance to push back.
Mayhem pushing back here is pretty bad for the Gladiators. Didn't get a chance to retake control and take over the lead. And you only have a Primal Rage and a Kitsune Rush right now to the 3 ultimates coming online for the Mayhem, one of which is an EMP. So this should be a fight win for the Mayhem, and that's going to put Gladiators even further onto the back foot to be able to take this map.
Okay, Kitsune Rush used here by Bubble. They want to start at the fight quickly. They get rid of Ana, the most threatening element of the Mayhem composition. If you're slept, you die. But an EMP after the fact here by Merit. We don't always see these used like in response, but Merit is able to catch the Gladiators mid-step while they're already fully committed to trying to dive on the Mayhem. Nicely done. And a great salvage of a fight. They could have gone wrong. You lost your Ana at the start of that fight and you still prevail.
That was a really great call there from Florida Mayhem to be a little bit more patient, but
oh dear.
Checkmate going down.
He got hacked,
Gladiators are going to be able to come back with the early leads though as well from spawn.
It's a great setup by Yaki there to secure the kill. And now you may as well commit a bit more because you need to buy some time for the car, or rather the barricade, to move toward the other side of the map here. The Gladiators now have an opportunity to challenge the lead of the Florida Mayhem. Florida only have 2 players set up, and there's already a flank here. Check that high ground. Kevs is getting in position early for this fight.
Primal Rage.
Okay, someone forced the translocate there for Yaki crucially, but Yaki comes back with an EMP. Keep that in mind. Kevster can't be shaken from the window. No one there to pressure him down. A defensive Bionade used there by Rupal, but it's going to be a nano for someone. Could be a difference maker, but Yaki wins out in the Sombra duel. Merit is down as an EMP for the Gladiators. It's all on the table for Los Angeles. They can win this here. Pulse Bomb connects to Chorong, and the Gladiators can do no wrong right now. With 20 seconds left in the round, they win the most important fight of the series, and they are ahead now on Esperanza.
Big looks here for the Gladiators, maybe going to a map number 5, but the Florida Mayhem, they're able to come back. Someone should be able to touch the checkpoint if it's not Merit first, and then Checkmate gets to come in. What they didn't touch!
Merit! You stood there looking at it. My guy, you are contemplating the barrier. And a key breakdown in the communication occurs for the Florida Mayhem. They had a chance to touch there. I'll be honest, they weren't in a great spot anyway. But Necro, your C9 curse has now afflicted me.
Stop, stop, no, stop.
It has happened. That is devastating.
It's not a thing.
Look, from this position, the Florida Mayhem are pretty unlikely to win. The Gladiators played that extremely well. It all starts, it's really a cascade, right? Yaki hacks Checkmate as he tries to fall back with the rest of his team. Checkmate is too slow. Someone tries to dive to protect Checkmate with the bubble. Checkmate falls early. Someone gets chased down. All of a sudden, you've lost control. The bot's pushing on your side of the map. You lose the lead. Yaki 1v1's Merit, wins out in that fight, has an EMP, and all of a sudden, you are getting dragged, kicking and screaming right into a showdown in map number 5. That's right, everybody. The mid-season madness is on the line for these two teams, and the Gladiators are threatening a reverse sweep in their qualifying game.
This is exactly what I was hoping for the final match of the knockouts. Both teams fighting for their lives right now, and they are here to prove that. Gladiators may have been off to a bit of a shaky start, as Florida Mayhem were so consistent and so confident off the back of such a clean victory earlier today. But this is where it starts to get tough for the Gladiators. They're gonna have to put a lot of groundwork down for this final map, because Florida Mayhem get to pick again.
The Los Angeles Gladiators, they're awake now. They're alert. They're hungry. What do the Florida Mayhem have left in the tank? It's going to take all of it to take this series away. It's a map 5 banger in our last match of your spring stage knockouts, everybody. Antarctic Peninsula is where it all will end. Well, it's a match with the biggest stakes we've seen in quite some time. The last few months at the very least here, is the winner between the Florida Mayhem and the Los Angeles Gladiators today will advance to play in Korea in our mid-season madness. The loser goes home with nothing. In the break, we saw the Glads get up, stretch their legs, move about, but for the Mayhem, Well, the lashings continue until the morale improves, apparently. They stony-faced sat at their PCs. Not looking good, not feeling good either. It's been a real seesaw of a series, Rose. We saw the Mayhem start looking flashy, looking very well-rounded, looking extremely solid on their execution. They've been flat and they've been sloppy these last couple maps.
Their confidence has been shaken. That Shambali Monastery was such a statement from the Gladiators, being able to capture all 3 points and full holding them. They couldn't get anything done there. Now Florida as well, winning on another map pick or losing on their map pick that they have been able to take down every other team on in Esperanza. And they are stuck with some awful options for their next control map to close out this series. If you're the Florida Mayhem, you don't want to take the Gladiators to either Lijiang or Antarctic Peninsula, to be quite frank.
Yep, you're playing Rush, most likely, at least on one of the stages on this map. And you need to figure it out because, I mean, frankly, we saw the Glad switch to a dive composition, the Lucio Kiriko variant, of the one that's very good at chasing, the one that's very good at staggering kills, the one that's very good at taking teams by surprise. And they played it into like the, Brig Ana setup. Something I'd love to have the desk expand on a little bit there. And they look better in the dive. They made it work. They were able to pick Rupal off very effectively. Just that blistering pace they had was something that the Mayhem were not ready for. And we're talking about a team that loves to play fast, Florida. They weren't ready. However, when we go back to Rush setups, we do see the Florida Mayhem bring out this now characteristic Moira and Reaper setup. Very, very good if they can get going early.
They have to be able to get it going, though, in the first place, and that was something that they faltered on when we came down to Shambali Monastery trying to bring out this same type of composition. But heading over to Antarctic Peninsula, you're really hoping for a good roll here if you're the Mayhem. You want to at least be able to win one of these points so that you can buy yourself a second chance, and this is a good one. We're heading over to Icebreaker right now, and with Florida Mayhem coming out of the gates, they can come out swinging. Close the gap on the Gladiators, close the distance, get up in their faces, and Florida Mayhem have to do this with confidence.
Yeah, here on Icebreaker, Rush is non-negotiable. You have to lock this composition to make it work. So Florida here, they probe early and actually pull back. They pull away from the Gladiators now and looking for a different angle. Merit surprises Yaki by the looks of things here, but Yaki pretty quickly unperturbed. Throws up the May wall here, doesn't do too much but force the Mayhem to funnel, which they seem happy enough doing because they catch Kevster. They are the cat amongst the pigeons right now. Taking the Sojourn out of the mix is a big deal, and Yaki is going to be cowering from inside that ice encasement. What will be waiting for him will be a swift execution.
That's what Florida Mayhem were waiting for. We're trying to figure out where Kevster was and be able to wait for cooldowns to come online to take him out immediately. You gotta do this. You gotta hold close and personal here because you don't want to give Gladiators the opportunity to set Kevster back up again. He's sticking to the Sojourn pick, hoping to get some railgun charge and then go in for a kill. And Florida Mayhem have to play around this point. And look, they're matching the Gladiators greatly here.
Rupal looking for some big coal value right now. Good luck starting a fire out here though. Okay, Immortality Field has to be used early by the Gladiators. That's a great pick if you're the Mayhem. Getting them to part with that ability. And here we come! Annihilation for someone. Was hoping to make it more of an extinction event there, but 2 kills is going to be more than enough to give the Mayhem the edge they need in that fight. And hey, getting an Immortality Field out of the Glads early, then pushing for another fight. That's a good strategy.
Florida Mayhem have definitely figured out how they can capitalize in some of these choices from the Gladiators, and you can see that Gladiators are now going to try to match Mayhem with the Reaper and the Moira too. So going for more of that survivability, and this is not a look we've really seen from the Gladiators before.
Sauna sat on the bench like, hey, that's my thing. I'm the Reaper guy. Hello? Anybody? We can't hear you from inside the closet, buddy, sorry. Dante takes him down. Sauna's just been stored away for later. I'm sure they're working on getting him ready for more matches, but right now, Merit is the one with the shotguns akimbo. Absolutely dominated. Florida definitely, as architects of this comp, one of the teams really pushing it. Make it look very, very good. And now I think they've been actually trying that for much of this season early on. I bring up Sauna as the player they brought in to play that Reaper a lot of the time. So they were very early on this idea. And they've perhaps perfected it. They're going to have to make it look pretty damn good. They want to take the series here. Dante on the Doomfist. Doesn't look real good here. He's taken down awful early now. Trying to retreat is Kevster. Someone will descend upon him. And this is a statement. Florida Mayhem dig deep. They find a little bit left in the tank at the crucial moment.
Great first round here for the Florida Mayhem, and that gives them some breathing room to be able to look at these next 2 points of Antarctic Peninsula and to figure out a game plan. Because this is where it starts to get really tough. You got one out of the way, but these next 2 rounds that you could rotate through have great sight lines for a Sojourn. And we're looking at one of them right now. Labs is definitely a map that you could play the Sojourn on if the Gladiators want to try to roll with that particular hero choice. But they also might not feel comfortable in being able to do that, so we could end up seeing just the Reaper may come back out from the Gladiators to see if they can go toe-to-toe.
I do want to say we have seen some teams try and play dive on Labs. I think, well, I'd say the Boston Uprising have attempted it a couple times. Don't love it. I definitely think Rush is the way to go here.
That's not my favorite.
No. Yeah, doesn't exactly stand out in my mind. So the Gladiators here are in agreement. Moira and Reaper is the way to go. So can they get up to speed quickly enough to contest the Mayhem at this composition and at this critical juncture? Lastro's got to fade away, leaving Yaki all on his own. He's quickly trying to get back to the rest of his team, but there is no way Chorong and the Mayhem are going to let him escape.
Oh gosh, they're getting bullied. They're getting bullied.
Checkmate, though, might be a little extended as well. No, so much pressure on Dante means the Gladiators are in no position to come forward for any reason at all. The saving grace here, Rose, is that no one's capped the point yet.
That'll take a little bit of time for the Florida Mayhem to get online and going. And looks like Checkmate's overextended again.
He's good. He's fine.
Okay.
Someone was making a beeline for him there, so the Mayhem making sure everybody gets out alive. And they're off to a good start.
And look at so bad.
Look, they just want the Glads to have to push into awkward spots. They have to take the low ground here, or they have to push into a choke. Either one, not great for the attackers here. All right, good coalescence timing. This is excellent. Rupal getting a ton of value from the coal as the Annihilation came through. Chorong hasn't got that sound barrier up yet. He needs it in the next couple seconds. He's got to go for it straight away, but they might lose Checkmate. Don't need it. Okay. You have someone's Annihilation. It just looks better than the Glads. Perhaps the sound barrier too early?
It was Sound Barrier and Coalescence. Mitch, they used both.
Oh,
Gladiators used both support ultimates in that fight, and it wasn't enough.
Oh, that is a very bad omen. It is an ill omen for the rest of this map here. Florida Mayhem quickly trying to back up here, but they're going to be grouped up. They're in a decent spot. They may be concerned about being caught by a blizzard or something similar. Yaki needs an incredibly good wall to somehow catch, ideally, someone out of position, and then deploy a big blizzard.
Death Blossom, though, available for Merit. Could just go into the back line here, wait for it, the Gladiators to walk in, or just go in their face.
Oh, okay. Kevster goes for it first. So Merit, it's a sound barrier here, so great response, but a lot of people get frozen. The distraction of the Death Blossom there, plus the Blizzard. Merit getting booped off course, so just zero value for that. And Lastro now has that Coalescence online. He built it pretty quickly, but Merit just crashes through. Kevster's taken down. The Coalescence may be a slight concern. Lastro able to eventually find Rupal with that, and Merit, he's not even able to stall much longer here. So the Gladiators get back in after using both their support ults in that previous fight.
Okay, and Funny Astro has the Sound Barrier this time around as well to be able to hold on to. So Sound Barrier and Annihilation looking really good here for the Gladiators to maintain control of this point. There's nothing online for the Mayhem here. So as long as somebody doesn't get picked off from the Gladiators, they should be able to keep control for now.
Merit's 10-1. Really clean score over these last couple of maps. Putting under a lot of pressure now, though. That's going to be a Wraith Walk. The Annihilation. There is no support ultimates, like you said. And there's no escape from Dante.
Oh, just walk forward, someone. Yeah, go back to spawn real fast. Get that quick reset. Gladiators still have their work cut out for them. They didn't have to blow the sound barrier in that last fight, so that's another tool in their arsenal to be able to contest with Florida Mayhem's own Annihilation. Now, someone ready to go with that on top of a Coalescence from RuPaul also coming up very quickly. So tons of sustain, and it'll be very hard to take someone down. So the sound barrier going to be pivotal in this next fight for the Gladiators. Funny Aster's going to have to hit everybody on the team.
Merit's building his Death Blossom frighteningly fast. Already has yet another one online, and he was the second to use it last time around. Here's the Coalescence and the Annihilation from someone. We're going to be cycling now. Funny Astro, forced finally to part with that sound barrier. He held on to it for a long time, and perfect timing for it to come out here. Shuts down much of the Annihilation, but Merit gets Yaki for the Death Blossom. Chorong and Co are getting out though. They don't fancy going up against Dante. Even in a 3 versus 3, they're heavily disadvantaged.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking good now for the Mayhem, actually. So Gladiators, they might be able to do it. They want control at this point. They want to be able to bring us to a round 3 on Antarctic Peninsula, and it's all going to come down to Kevster's Death Blossom. That needs to be able to buy enough time for Dante to get this Annihilation online if they want to see a round 3 and stay in this series.
It's going to be dangerous though. Kevster would have to push into a potential Blizzard from Checkmate. I want to see reactive use of ultimates here, but Chorong instead decided to be proactive with the sound barrier. So here's the response. It's going to be the Death Blossom from Kevster, but the Blizzard catches many. Dante is not going to be escaping that one alive. The key ultimate gets deployed in the right time. Dante eventually is brought to his knees, and the rest of his team soon to follow. The Mayhem have to spend all of that though just to stay in the round, and are by no means out of the woods yet.
There's one more fight on the line here for the Mayhem. If they win this next one, they're going to the mid-season. RuPaul has that Coalescence, and we're going to see a quick panic pick from Yaki over to the Sombra. Try to shut somebody down here on Florida, and it's going to be RuPaul as a great way to be able to start this one.
Yaki has to jump out there. Maybe he was hoping to hack the Coalescence. That's really the only way you can shut RuPaul down, and Cole is the only thing that protects the Mayhem from this Annihilation right now. They push back, they get off the point, eventually that's going to expire, and Dante is very low. Look at them, they turn up the heat straight away. Sound barrier, Dante disintegrates. Here come the Florida Mayhem in numbers. Funny Astro gets a sound barrier on time, but it's too late to save their frontliner. Merit now, disco dancing on the point, but taken down at mid-range by Yaki. The Coalescence from Lastro, absolutely pivotal, but someone gets the Annihilation, and this time, there's no coming back from it. Lastro forced off the point, and that will be that. The Florida Mayhem have booked their ticket to the mid-season madness, outlasting a resurgent Los Angeles Gladiators, averting the reverse sweep, showing true grit and determination. We'll see you in South Korea.
What a heartbreaking loss for the Gladiators, though. Oh, such range of emotion happening on screen right now. You can't help but feel bad knowing how close the Gladiators got to being able to get there. But boy, did Florida Mayhem earn that win, Mitch. They looked great on those first 2 maps, and they made some quick adjustments on that final map of Antarctic Peninsula to be able to get this brawl going strong.
You know, it's so interesting, right? Yaki, for whatever reason, says, I've got to sort of switch to Sombra here. I've got to make this change sort of last minute. Getting rid of the May, right? May pretty important for disruption, also for like blocking off attacking teams, trying to press her onto you. So he goes Sombra, and all of a sudden he's caught in the middle of the point. He's like, why am I here? I'm now going to throw my translocator to get off the point, but I can't help my team. And I was thinking maybe he's set up here to try and shut down his Coalescence, because again, it's very good against Annihilation. That would have been the only thing the Mayhem had to stop Dante's Annihilation. But they keep the Coal, they protect the team against the Annihilation, someone gets one of his own, and from there, I mean, it's already all in the history books now. Great showing from the Florida Mayhem. A little bit dubious though, obviously we saw them on Esperanza. That's a map we really expected them to run away with. This is a very close series, definitely could have gone either way. And again, Florida want to tighten things up. They don't want to be, be put in these reverse sweep scenarios, but let's talk player of the match here. Rose, we had a few standout candidates, but I think Checkmate is an easy pick.
Gotta pick Checkmate again. I mean, come on, what can't this player do? He was so pivotal with the Tracer, being able to land stick after stick of the pulse bombs, getting into the backline of the Gladiators, making it really difficult for them to run something like the static backline of the Zenyatta and the Ana. And oh my gosh, this double pulse, again, I cannot believe how sneaky he was with this, and also the setup that the rest of the Florida Mayhem were able to do to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, this team really impressed us with their coordination and their dive setup, until they didn't. But then, of course, they turn around, they played their take on the rush composition. The first round being so one-sided, it's a very scary prospect for the Gladiators, who do switch. They switch into the Reaper Moira setup as well. They say, we don't know how to stop this. And of course, Checkmate, very, very important on the May in those compositions. But it's the Tracer that we want to highlight here. 26 minutes played, again, really solid Tracer stats. Pretty aggressive, very much caught in the fray. But we saw what happened on Blizzard World, where there was no one there to sort of check up on Checkmate and pressure him down. There was no Tracer for Kevster, and he was able to go like 5-0, 6-0, be pretty much uncontested there. A very scary prospect. But Rose, this team is going to be going up against the likes of like your Hangzhou Spark, your Soul Infernal. These are teams that their bread and butter is that Sombra Tracer dive. they're going to be looking to really tighten that up as they head into the mid-season madness because they're going to be put to the test in the mirror.
I mean, can't count out Atlanta Reign either that's already waiting in the mid-season. That's another team that has such a strong Tracer Sombra setup, and this is where the going starts to get really tough. But expect the mirrors. You know, even the desk was talking about how APAC, they don't like to have too much funny business when it comes down to some of the compositions that they like to run, and that was something that actually caught the Florida Mayhem by surprise. You know, calling back to the Ashe pick from Kai, some of the other hero picks that we've seen from Boston, like the Bastion.
Keep it
I don't
coming.
know.
Keep it coming. Inundate me with Bastion compositions. I'm ready to see it. I'd love to see it on the international stage as well, Rose. But here we go. Boston and Florida. They make it out of the West. They're heading, of course, to Seoul. We're going to go to break, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much to talk about. Not only looking back, but also looking forward. And for all of that and more, we're going to be having our desk jump in and give us the lowdown.
Sure, at the end, I don't think that was a call out from someone. He was just screaming into the mic.
I mean, understandable. Emotions running high.
Oh
It went down to the wire. It was such an intense team fight there at the very end. And a heartbreaker, of course, for the Gladiators, coming this close, almost like pulling off a reverse sweep there as well. That's right. No. Gotta do what you gotta do. No,
sorry, you gotta do it, Johnny. Let it go, Johnny. Let it go, Johnny. You have to.
Let him go. Good night. It's only peace now for the Gladiators. They
Florida
go
Mayhem.
again. Yeah. Mayhem.
Let's go.
Turn it around. It's a W.
Yeah, there you go.
Seoul, Korea.
Yeah, off to Seoul, Korea they go. Let's talk about how they got it done, reliving some of the highlights of that match, and there were plenty of highlights there from both teams, honestly.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Florida Mayhem, they came into this matchup and just looked like they were on fire and carrying over that momentum from playing the Washington Justice. And it looked like it was going to be a pretty quick 3-0 here for the side of Florida Mayhem. I gotta say, it was such a fun match to watch because on the one hand, you have Gladiators coming out with the Junker Queen, but this Tracer Sombra composition from Mayhem, someone's Primal Rage here to clutch it up on Oasis was spectacular, and Blizzard World wasn't even closer, Jake.
Yeah, I think the peak potential of the Winston comp is just higher than that of the Queen. Even if you play Queen perfectly, it's just, you're not going to be consistent hitting the daggers on, I mean, what are you daggering? It's like, it really is that Winston, and you know, these Winstons are so good, they're so tricky, hard to catch with the movement. Gladiators, though, I'm impressed. They caught their second win. They did what we said they needed to do. They forced it to a map 5, an unbelievable comeback here on Esperanza. Great awareness and confidence from the team to stay in it, stay fighting to the very end and force a map 5. But again, it's that Reaper Moira comp, that's really been Florida's innovation this season. They were the team to bring that to the fore. Honestly, when I first saw it, I was uncertain, but I think the strength of this comp is that Ramacha, right? He's so powerful at blocking that front-facing damage. But Reaper, Moira, May, when you're just getting swarmed from all sides, it's very difficult to figure out what you actually need to be blocking on Ramacha. And
that's
I think it's a very strong comp. I think this is the type of comp, actually, the Moira, that is going to bring dividends in the midseason madness. I think this is something that Florida Mayhem can really build on. Sure, the dive mirrors are going to be tough, but if they can take it to these maps where they can play Rush, they can play Lucio, Moira, Reaper, and May, I think this is going to be really devastating because Florida so far looks like the best in the league at this specific version of the comp.
I think this is why I think I'm more excited for the mid-season madness, where like I think they're going up against the Spark, who, like we said, they're playing a lot of dive. love someone. He just fell down.
Oh my
excited.
God.
But you know, Florida Mayhem, they're also a great dive team, but also like we're talking about the Ramacha Rush comp as well. I think that's I'm excited to see how that's gonna what the Spark's answer to that will be, if they ever have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, they looked so comfortable playing that Moira composition, and you can see Gladiators matching the Moira composition, just like, well, Florida Mayhem's got to figure it out. We don't have
the limit. That was the better comp.
Yeah, we don't have a choice but to mirror it. So credit to Gladiators for bringing it so close, especially like even bringing it close with the Moira composition.
They definitely didn't practice.
They definitely didn't practice.
They swapped it up. They're like, you know, in the match we felt this is a better comp. We had to mirror it, and they still made it a fight, which shows
They really
speaks to the
did.
veterancy of that team. It speaks to
Yeah.
their experience, their skill, and their decision making. It's very hard to do that on a comp with little practice.
Great match overall. Great match.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun to watch. Again, of course, massive props to the Gladiators, took it all the way, and they looked really dominant in their showings in the knockout brackets in general. How high is the ceiling for this team? Where can they go in the overall season?
For Gladiators, I think it really just comes down to the meta. I think the prevalence of Winston in this meta is just hard for them as a team. I think if we do see, like, there's a huge Queen buff in the current live patch, we'll see if that sort of stays dominant into the playoffs. But I think Dante is one of the best queens, if not the best queen in the league. Like, he really is elite on that hero, has some of the best individual mechanics on the hero, which matters a lot on Queen. And I think that could be a massive strength for the Gladiators. They were trying to force it a little bit here, and I don't blame them for that. It's a strength for them. But I think this meta is just, the top end of that Winston play is just too high. The potential with the primals these elite players have shown, I mean, it's really devastating, especially in the Slumber Chaser.
And if we're looking at individuals here, who stood out to you in this match?
For me, I mean, it has to be, I think, I want to talk about RuPaul, because I think he has been such a great player for support for the Florida Mayhem. I think we don't credit him enough. And even for this match, he played such, I think he played a huge part in their win. So I think I got to say RuPaul.
Can I shout out someone as well?
Yes, please.
Check me out player of the match again, but I think someone's Winston on map 1 with the Primal Rage to close it out.
Yeah.
The way he shut down the Zenyatta on Blizzard World. Last row came out playing Zenyatta for the Gladiators. Someone was always in there diving into Zenyatta, forcing trans out, like stuff like that. And then finally Ramatra to close it out this series. I think that someone was a really good player, and you could see the emotion in the cameras when they won the match. Someone, such a fun player to follow.
I mean, you could feel the whole team
Yeah.
was so invested in this. They care so much.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the type of intensity that could take you a long way in a tournament format. I think that's how you got to play. You got to put everything on the line, have so much emotion invested in it. I think for Florida, they could be a scary team to go up against, regardless of other teams qualifying with higher seeds.
Absolutely. Now, the player that you just highlighted, RuPaul, is actually ready for a winner's interview. So let's hear it from the man himself. RuPaul, thank you so much for joining us, and a huge congratulations.
Let's go!
You guys made it. You guys are going to South Korea.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's amazing.
Let's talk about this match, because obviously this was a rematch, right? And the first time around, you guys went down 0-3. We don't want to talk about that, but surely that has influenced your preparation a little bit. What was the game plan coming into today's match against the Gladiators?
I mean, for the first match, we were actually really confident going in, but on that day, we, as a team, we just weren't working together at all. And we had a long talk afterwards, and we bounced back with Shock, and then we've been on a roll since then, just working together and trying to improve all our weaknesses. And so for the match today, we were super confident, we prepared well, we knew what they were going to play, and I feel like they didn't expect us to roll out on the Moira again, because they beat us on it last time. So I think that was also really big for us.
Yeah. I want to look forward ahead just a little bit. You guys are, of course, going to Korea, and you guys will be, I think your first opponent is the Hangzhou Spark. So I want to get your thoughts on, I guess, Hangzhou Spark or the East in general, and can you tell me why the West is better?
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know who's on that team, but I think they're probably pretty good. They're like one of the 2 best teams in the East, the 2 that made it out of knockouts or whatever. So yeah, I expect a good match, and the Eastern teams, they play a lot of dive. Not as much like Rush like the West does, but I think we're one of the best dive teams, so that's not really a problem for us at all.
I guess I just want to ask about this day. I mean, this is an incredible day for you guys for the Florida Mayhem. Making it now, qualifying to the tournament in Korea, it's huge. But this is a very long day. I mean, this was 10 maps of like match intensity. Was there ever a moment when Gladiators started to turn things around and forced you guys to a map 5 where you were like sweating? I mean, it's like at some point, right, you've been calling hard for all day long. It's different than a scrim, right? So how did you feel going into map 5 when you guys started to pick it up on map 5? Like, what was tell me what those emotions were like for you.
Yeah, so we went 2 up, and then they took us to Shambali, and that was like the matchup or the map that we were like, yeah, they're pretty good at this map, and we're pretty bad at it. So, you know, it was, when we lost that, it was like, okay, whatever. Now we get to go to our map. Like, it didn't bother us at all.
Sure.
But then we lost our map, and then that was like, oh. And then we started sweating. But our final pick was also a really strong map for us. We 2-0'd them on that map, but the third round would have been like easy for us too. So I think no matter what, we just win.
All right, so how are we celebrating then, RuPaul? Are you going out? Is Albert Ye paying up? Ben Spoon? Going big on dinner? We're going.
I'm in Team Albert in a minute. I think he's just a streamer guy now. Where he's at. But hopefully we go to a team dinner, relax, get like a short little break, and then back to practicing for Korea.
All right.
That's right.
Thank you.
You deserve it. Thank you so much, RuPaul. Once again, congrats to you and, of course, extended to the entire team. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congrats.
RuPaul, Florida Mayhem, they made it to Korea to the Mid-Season Madness tournament, and what a way to go there. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how this one shaped up to be. We just mentioned it, Danny, you just said that their first opponent is going to be the Hangzhou Spark. So we're going to see if there's going to be a clash of dives. This is going to be an opportunity for the Mayhem to maybe throw one into the wrench for this Spark there with some rush comms. On the other side, Houston Outlaws and Boston Uprising. Also an interesting match for sure. And then, of course, the Seoul Infernal and the Atlanta Reign are waiting.
Yeah, and a neat little fact here, I believe I'm not incorrect on this one, that this would actually be the first time that any of these teams win an Overwatch League tournament. Obviously, Mayhem, they won the Pro-Am, but apart from that, Boston Uprising, they made a couple stage finals in 2018. Atlanta Reign, they were really good in 2021. Houston Outlaws, you tried.
You know.
Seoul Infernal, Philadelphia Fusion, as good as Fusion were, 2020, stuff like that. Fusion never really won a stage, and so Seoul Infernal with
a new champion crowned.
Yeah, for one of these official Overwatch League tournaments. So.
Is there a clear favorite for you guys, or do you think it's actually all out on the tail, like everything is up?
I mean, I think Atlanta is the obvious favorite. I think that's fair to say, right?
Yeah.
They're
I thought you were going to say
undefeated.
Houston.
Nobody took more than a map
It's not
off
that
Atlanta.
biased. You gotta be real about it too.
Like, think about this. No one has ever taken more than one map. No one has put Atlanta on a map 5. No one has ever put Atlanta one map from beating them. And so I think to not call them the favorite here would be pretty surprising. You could say one of the APAC teams maybe, but they have had mixed results. None of them has had the run of dominance that Atlanta has had in North America. So I think everybody's looking at Atlanta. They are the team to beat. However, that puts a target on their back. That makes them, I think, everyone's watching them. Everyone's trying to copy everything they do, learn about all their tendencies. That can also be a tough test to handle. However, you've got incredible players on Atlanta, so I think they might be up to the challenge here.
I'll be surprising then. And I'll say that, when it comes down to these big tournaments that happens over the course of one weekend, it's about hitting your stride that one weekend. There's going to be 2 weeks of practice leading into this tournament now. Some of these teams are going to be traveling to South Korea, for example. Hangzhou Spark, how are they going to compare to some of these teams when it comes to compositions? So you have to peak at the right moment. And for any of these teams, they definitely have the potential. They have the player talent to peak at the right time. So it's really anyone's game. I think Atlanta Reign should be favored given their results in the qualifiers. But really, there are so many talented players in these rosters that if you feel good in the moment, you can win out.
I think it's going to be Florida.
All right.
I don't know why.
You want someone to win MVP so bad.
I
wouldn't be mad.
No, run with your narrative. I like it. Is there an actual underdog, or do you think, other than Atlanta Reign, the rest of the
Well,
field
other
is
than
pretty
the
even?
APAC teams.
Yeah. I would agree. I hard agree with that. I have to agree with that.
I respect that. I respect that. Yeah, and on that note, I think we're done here. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us here for the knockout stages. It's been an absolute blast. We were treated to some phenomenal Overwatch, and in just 2 weeks, we're gonna come back and bring you all the mid-season madness action live from Seoul, Korea. So let us know who you think will be the mid-season champs. Tweet at us with the hashtag OWL2023. We can't wait to read from you. And we're gonna see you again in 2 weeks.
See you then.
Mid-season, baby, let's go!
We're going.
Go Korea.
Nowhere.